All right, we are officially live. Shout out to everybody in the building. Everybody, whether you're catching this after it's uploaded, or you're catching it right now live, make sure you hit the like button. Make sure you hit the like button whether you're catching this live or you're catching it after it's uploaded. We're going to be covering a number of different things today. Going to be covering the whole Rihanna breaking up with ASAP Rocky, Baby and Belly, and the whole works and all of that. We're gonna be getting into that, and going to be covering something that kind of controversial that Kevin Samuels actually talked about on his show. I normally agree with Kevin Samuels, but I don't know. I'm a little divided on this one. But we're gonna dig into that. We're gonna dig into that. So strap on in. Let's get ready to go. Where's it at? Where's it at? Where's it at? Click, 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 click. Let's get it.
Peace, folks. This is X from TPOT Media. Open your mind and wake your black ass up. You know what time it is. Hit that damn like button as you make your way in the door. Grab a seat, settle in, get ready. It's the Grown Man Hour with your host, my man, Bernard Riley.
Hey, what's up, everybody? This is Mumia Obsidian Ali. You know who I am. I need no introduction, right? And you're listening to the Grown Man Hour with my man Bernard Riley, heard weekdays right here on YouTube. What do you think about that? How about that? Now let's get back on with the show. Thank you.
I didn't make it back. I didn't make it back in time. Well, I can't even hear y'all laughing at me. Hold on. Y'all laughing at me. I can't hear y'all.
No, nobody was laughing. So you ain't missed nothing.
Okay.
Oh, I was laughing. I was definitely laughing.
He was dying.
Hold on. Cut it out. Okay, hold on. One second. All right, yeah. What's up? What's going on, everybody? Welcome to the show. Glad to be here. Shout out to the early bird squads, those who make it in bright and early before we even get things started. Uneducated lame in the building, sliding into first place. Thanks for the super chat. Appreciate that. Aaron B in the building. Omega Dreads Gaming Channel. Shout out to you. D-Rock Den. What we got? Where we at? Chris McKay in the building says Bernard Riley. I think he's trying to say it the way X said it. Nigerian Flex. Shit, I gotta lean in for this one. Can't even see it on. Okay, General Isamo Washington. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. All right. Prophet of Thought in the building. Shout out to Prophet of Thought. And we got Saluddin El Rahim in the building. Do appreciate each and every one of you coming on in. And we have the illustrious panel in the building, joined by got LAR movement. We go around, everybody do a quick brief introduction to yourself, and then we'll get things started. We get the party rolling while I put my cream and all my fixings into my coffee, and well, y'all, we can go ahead and get this thing going. Go ahead, LAR.
LAR movement. I'm your mama's side dude. Nice
Damn.
to meet y'all this morning.
Oh yeah, the way he to be talking, He's very smooth with it.
All right, game changer, go ahead.
All right, game changer, funniest misogynist on YouTube. Happy to be here.
Funniest. I thought you was gonna say like you. Never mind. All right, we gonna roll with that. We're gonna roll with that. Funniest misogynist on YouTube. That's funny. All right, go ahead. Annette, go ahead.
I'm not
Introduce
your Papa
yourself.
side chick, okay?
You somebody granddaddy's side chick.
Yeah, maybe. Yep, I'm your resident friendly feminist here.
Yeah. All right. And Jada, we're going to Brenda last. Go ahead, Jada.
Hello. This is Jada LaRue of Jada LaRue channel and Feminine Melanin channel. Good morning, everybody.
All right. Go ahead, Brenda.
Hello, everybody. My name is Brenda Mwema, and currently I'm trying to upkick my channel and Brenda M Health also. So.
Okay, cool. Now, LAR had a very funny joke before we before we get going. Where like, okay, I know you just did up nice because that's what ladies like to do, like to be presentable. They on camera and everything. But he had an interesting theory about you. You just got back in from last night in your walk of shame outfit. Is there any truth to that speculation?
Is that
She pled the fifth. The Brenda.
That's for Brenda.
That was for Brenda.
Okay.
You pled the fifth.
No.
That silence was you pleading the fifth. Just so you know.
I'm not gonna lie. I had to redeem myself because last show I was looking a little rough, and I knew that. Okay, I did it purposely just because it would be funny. So, and
No.
I just came in with a. But I had to redeem myself. No, I like looking cute, especially whenever I have to be presentable. I have to present the dude that I'm with. So.
Not a walk of shame outfit. Now, if we do a Saturday morning show, now that everything back open, all the COVID restrictions are gone. We do a Saturday morning show at 9 a.m. We'll be catching y'all in y'all post clubbing look,
hair and everything,
liquor on breath. Even had it.
I gotta be at work all day.
Wigs be on crooked and all kind of stuff.
Like, I'm gonna be on live. Hold on.
Wigs on your shoulders. Your wigs are on your shoulders, like
And you haven't even brushed
Wow.
your
I'll be on a road for sure if it's on Saturdays. Like, good morning,
Have
everybody.
a Waffle House bag in the background.
All right. Before we even get going, Snuggles in the building. She says, before the shenanigans, I would like you to do the honors and also explain, are men polygamous by nature, yes or no? We'll start with that one. We'll actually start with that one, the notion of men being polygamous by nature. Look, I've said it before, I say it again, that monogamy is a social construct. All social constructs aren't bad. So I'm not even just saying monogamy is just the worst thing on earth. I'm just saying it's a social construct, and mammals, which we are not naturally monogamous animals. I think it's probably one or two species of mammals that might be monogamous. Game changer, you might know this. I think I've heard. Have I heard you talk about this?
Penguins.
Are penguins mammals? No, they lay eggs.
I don't think that they're mammals.
And they're really not that monogamous. They just have like a really elaborate mating season, but after that season is over, all bets are off. they go to somebody else.
But doesn't
If
that
you
make
saw
them monogamous for the moment then? At least for who they're with at the time until they switch up?
Everybody's monogamous at the moment. Like I could have a
I could be
string
monogamous.
of
I could be
females. Yeah,
monogamous for 15 minutes.
You're a
exactly.
monogamous.
It's still
I'm
monogamous
with you
for the
right
term
now.
nonetheless.
Yeah, you're monogamous in 15-minute intervals. But no, I don't know of any mammal species that's not that's or that is monogamous.
Let me check.
Yeah, yeah.
Something
So
right.
that's where I'm at. And keep in mind,
Wolves are not monogamous.
all social constructs are not bad. There are some good social constructs that makes society run and function in a more civilized way. So if we didn't develop these social constructs, we'd probably be living like animals. Civilization wouldn't even get to the point to where we'd be on the internet, waxing poetic and having philosophical discussions about stuff if we didn't build and create certain social constructs and systems. We'd just be law of the jungle, fight or flight, take, might makes right, smash and grab. So social constructs are not always bad, but monogamy is one of those social constructs. It is. There's no way around that. So that's my general thoughts. J Speed in the building. What you doing up this early on the West Coast? Well, old people would probably take them like an hour to get out of the bed. They got to crack all the bones and all his joints and be hurting every time you wake up. You got joints hurting. gotta crack every bone before you can get out of the bed. But shout out to J Speed. Wait, okay, ask Uncle J Speed. I almost sent J Speed the link to this show, actually. if Jackie Jack show up to balance it out, I will I might send J Speed the link. But no, but anyway, that's my thought on the super chatted question. So we'll start right there, then we'll work our way to talking about the whole. Okay, so you're trying to
All the
show us
monogamous.
what you talking about, penguins being monogamous?
Yeah.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, sure. Okay, awesome.
So
Even though
I Googled it also, and there are like 14 or more monogamous mammals. But you know what
okay.
ain't one of them? Humans.
On them?
Humans ain't on the list.
Oh, really? Okay.
So don't get mad at your man with somebody right now, okay? He's not on the list.
I don't get mad. I believe in polygamy. I'm from a polygamous background.
That's busted wide open for polygamy. Okay, no.
But all right. But no, game changer, your thoughts on the super chatted question. Are men polygamous by nature, yes or no? Well, and I also I kind of resent the idea that just asking the question strictly, are men polygamous by nature? You probably should be. I mean, the question should be equally asked, are women as well? But anyway, go ahead, game changer. What you got on that one?
No, I agree that the question should be and asked by gender because men and women have completely different natures. Most of all when it comes to sex. So the short answer is no. By nature, we're not monogamous.
Monogamous.
We're not monogamous by nature. We're definitely polygamous by nature. However, just like you said, as a social construct, we need to change. There's a lot of things that we have to, evolve past our primal nature in order for society to function well. That's just necessary. Like, I mean, by nature, we eat when food is available. However, in a society where food is readily available, we would eat ourselves into bad health if we don't, you know,
Yeah.
if we don't override our baser hunter-gatherer nature. Same thing with polygamy. Is I every man can't do it. I mean, it's fine if we are still in a society where because of hard lives and because men are constantly at war or fighting other tribes and things like that there is a difference in the population between men and women. That's we evolved in that aspect. That doesn't really work nowadays. So Yeah, it's society couldn't function if all men were polygamous. However, I do feel that it should be reserved for a select few, including myself. But it,
Of course.
yeah, outside of that, I don't think it would work if everybody tried it.
What's the when you say reserved for a select few? What makes a man that part of that select few? Is it
Well,
being
I was just joking when I said
is it
including
called
myself.
being is it called being named game changer? Is that part of the criteria?
Yeah, that's
It's-
one of the criteria. But furthermore, no, but no. Outside of that, I mean, myself aside, though, I do feel that certain men, like let's just take Bill Clinton, Bill Cosby, Martin Luther King, Michael Jordan. There are certain people who are just so exceptional that the rules of standard society don't apply to them. I mean,
yeah,
like Martin Luther King, what are you gonna do, Claretta? Like, what are you really gonna do? Are you gonna leave him for Malcolm X? You can't really up Martin
you
Luther
can't
King. You can't
upgrade that.
really, huh?
No, yeah, I was just saying you can't upgrade that. Yeah,
Yeah, you can't upgrade that. You can't upgrade Michael Jordan. You can't upgrade Bill Clinton. So yeah, there's some certain men just just let it happen. Like yeah, just let it happen. It should be reserved for certain men, but very few men.
all right. Would you say that because you talked about truly exceptional men when you talked about Michael Jordan, you said Martin Luther King, and yeah, you named a few more. I forgot the names that you named, but they were some
Bill Clinton,
very
Bill Cosby. Yeah.
yeah, Bill Cosby. Okay,
Well, I'm bringing up examples where the wife knew and just chose to ignore the just chose to ignore it. Like you know, yes, I know, but I also know that I'm with an exceptional man. Like Hillary knew what was going on, but she also knew that she's with an exceptional man, and that comes with the territory.
all right. Going to Annette, you had said, I mean, when I said what's the criteria to make a man part of that, criteria, the small select few of men who should or to be able to engage in polygyny.
Yeah.
You had started doing this. Now, was that you were saying being white, or are you talking about money because he was touching your hand?
He has to have the resources to look after the
Oh,
women.
you was touching.
I'm
That's
talking
okay.
about money.
No,
Counting.
okay. Black people in America do that if they talking about. See, yes, she was supposed to do like that, but
She
when
put her
you
hand out of her
Oh,
hand.
when she turned, it's like when we talking about when black people are talking about white people, but they don't want to be rude. They'll just be like, man, it's a lot of oh shit. Okay, I spilled my coffee. When black people talking about white people, we don't
Are
want to
you
be rude.
okay?
We'll be like, man, it's a lot of
I didn't know that.
So when he said what's the criteria, and you start doing like that, I'm like, damn, she's saying you gotta be white to do that. I was like, okay,
Oh,
but
no,
anyway,
no, no, no,
okay,
no,
all
no,
right,
no, no. I
all
didn't
right,
mean what I meant money.
okay, cool. All right, I was
Well,
just checking.
well, no, she has a good point. I mean,
It's such a cultural clash. So many
Oh,
things
for
which are
sure.
completely different.
well, no, I mean, she has a good point. I mean, even in social evolution, like people with status, which also would come with money, but
Yeah.
people of nobility, things like that, they were allowed to cheat. Same in here in the U.S., where there wasn't a nobility class per se, but I mean, if you were a slave owner, I mean, chances are you were cheating on your wife. So um, that's
It
just
wasn't even called cheating. It's not even called cheating.
yeah, it's not cheating
It,
when certain men do it.
you
Like
just
that's just how it is.
your, yeah.
All right,
I don't
all
think
this
it's cheating.
time I had no
No,
idea I had this
no, it's
power.
not cheating when rich and exceptional men do it. I agree, and I really think that women should just accept that comes with the territory of being with the exceptional man. And
And
also,
that no, well, go ahead. But what you said brings me to the title question. But go ahead, go ahead and finish what you were saying.
no, I was just saying also men who are exceptional in other ways. If a guy was, I guess extraordinarily handsome, which is rare, but
Hmm.
if a guy was extraordinarily handsome, probably the same would apply.
That's what I was going to ask you. That's really the reason why I
Yeah.
asked you what is it that makes somebody a part of that select few? And yeah, I was about to ask, does a being extraordinary, handsome, and swagged out, and all of that, do you think that should to qualify a man into that select group of men, because in today's modern society, and this sort of goes back into the whole uh, whole thing with Rihanna being worth $1.7 billion. I mean, she's supposedly in a position where she could write her own ticket. She could write her own ticket for what she want, but she wants to be with somebody who's on that successful spectrum. She wants to be with somebody who falls in that category. So she's with one of those select few type of guys who's a millionaire, who's famous, who has status and resources, has everything. She's with one of those type of guys, but when they get with those type of guys, they want those type of guys to behave and conduct themselves in a relationship like a dude making $50,000 a year, working, driving the garbage truck. That's how they want them to conduct themselves. And I always say it don't work like that. And that's why I always say it don't it doesn't make sense. I understand why they get with who they get with. That part makes sense. But if monogamy is something that they actually care about, if commitment, monogamy, and all of that, and I did a video on this a long time ago, over 2 years ago, where I was basically saying that somebody like Beyonce, I think this was when Offset had cheated on Cardi B, and Jay-Z had cheated on Beyonce, and I was like, Beyonce and now Rihanna, like, these are women who could get monogamy from probably 95% of the male population. They can get full commitment and monogamy from, but they gotta mess with that fraction of a 1% that they know won't give it to them.
I disagree.
They can get monogamy from 90 to 95% of the male population, but you gotta go marry the guy who wrote Girls, Girls, Girls and Big Pimpin'. It's like that's what they got to do. That's their logic. It's like they ain't happy if they on that edge. They got to be on that edge.
Well, I disagree. I disagree, Bernard, when you say that they can get monogamy from 95% of the population. That's simply not true. It's unfortunate, but society, this is a new phenomenon when you have women of looks, money, and status. All
game changer. You will go be Rihanna's monogamous stepdaddy to her child right now.
No, I wouldn't.
Yeah, you would.
Yes, you would.
No. Well, okay. Here's the thing. Here's the thing about Rihanna. By sleeping with Rihanna, I become default exceptional. So at that point, there are women, believe it or not, Bernard, there are women who are more attractive than Rihanna who would sleep with me because I'm sleeping with Rihanna, even though they would not otherwise be attracted to me. So that's just the way women think. So I will automatically be put into an exceptional category. Women do stuff like that. They're fucked up in the soul that way, to where they see you with Rihanna and they say stuff like, okay, I want a piece of what Rihanna got. And by going down on Game Changer means that I'm hotter than Rihanna. That's how twisted their brain is.
Man, you still in my notes, man, because I was that was a question I was going to throw out there. That the chick, that's what it. I think that's what it was all about. She, if I can fuck who Rihanna fucking, I'm as bad as Rihanna. I honestly believe that's what made it.
No, there was a chick that I met in Sacramento who there was a basketball player that was seeing a Kings player that was seeing, what was her name? Tyra Banks at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And she actually thought, what's his name? What's the basketball player name? Webber?
I was seeing Chris Webber, yeah.
Yeah. So she actually thought that by doing Chris Webber, she would be hotter than Tyra Banks at the time. That's the way their brain works, Bernard. So yeah, even me as the everyday brother, sleeping with Rihanna would make me exceptional and give me exceptional options that I would exercise, that I may exercise, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
I would say that that must be like a realm of space that I have no clue about, because I would not give A$AP Rocky a chance, and I wouldn't give Drake a chance either. So this is not a realm that I'm in.
Stop the
Not
cap.
even Jay-Z. No,
Wow.
I'm serious. I'm serious.
Look at LA.
Nope.
I believe her.
I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
you know, we had that roller coaster ride.
I'm just
All right.
not.
Aren't you in a realm that has remnants of August Alsina?
You say who? I ain't
Aren't
get
you in
that.
a realm that has the remnants of August Alsina? Don't go deaf.
I haven't slept with August Alsina.
I
I don't
said
think about it
realm.
either. So
You said realm.
I'm not in the realm of the thought of that being a thing where because it's Rihanna's man, suddenly he becomes more attractive to me, and if I sleep with him, that makes me feel like I'm better than Rihanna or even on the same level. I'm not in the realm of that mind thought, so I
I'm,
couldn't
I'm,
answer.
No, no.
I'm gonna hold on, game changer. I'm gonna assume we're around the same age group. You've probably grew up listening to a group called Salt and Pepper, right?
Yes.
Ooh, good
I
point.
remember very vividly a song called "I'll Take Your Man."
I'll take your man.
Okay.
Oh, you remember that song, don't you?
Yes.
That was
Did
her
you dance
jam.
to it? Was it a hit?
Of
It
course it
was.
was a hit.
Were you in biking shorts on the dance floor sweating next to
It,
somebody else's
it might have been a
boyfriend to it?
hit. It might have been a hit, but that doesn't mean that I'm actually looking to steal Salt and Pepper's man or find some of the men that they look at attractive. It's
All right, so long in short, you're saying you're one of the women because I think guys innately know this because there's been guys that have been not necessarily unpopular, but they just wasn't just the chick magnet. We can go all the way back to high school, we can go all the way back to as in college. Then all of a sudden you get a girlfriend and you walking down the hallway with that girl. Now all of a sudden, oh, now these chicks noticing me. Now I'm getting offers put on the table that I never got when I was single. So like
Right.
guys innately know, even though I grant it's hard to put some good it's hard to logic it. You can't really logic your way through it. It's just something in the psychology of women when you see somebody with somebody that make y'all get curious. But if you're
Well,
walking by itself, yeah, less curious. So I think what Jada LaRue is trying to say is that she don't have that gene where seeing somebody with somebody. Now don't front. You won't you'll get with Drake, but seeing him with
nah.
somebody don't make you want him any more or less. Seeing him with somebody, seeing him like you'll get with him, but seeing him with somebody don't move the needle in either direction. Come on, keep it real.
First of all, I'm not attracted to Drake mentally nor physically, and no, I don't fall into that loop thought of that. Yeah.
You will
So
let that yellow nigga sing off key in your ear all day. He can't sing without the studio, but you will let him sing off key in your ear all day.
no, no, he's just not my type. If I'm interested in a guy, let me not even say that. I'll pass on that extra thought. Continue.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Sounds like
well,
the
there was a movie. There was a movie called "Love Don't Cost a Thing" with Nick Cannon and Christina Milian, and
Yes.
it talks about that. It's an example of that where he paid her mechanic bill in order for her to pretend to be his girlfriend, and women acted accordingly. The women at their high school acted accordingly. They became interested in him because he was with the prettiest girl in school, and they wanted to compete. And this was a guy that they didn't see for the first 3 years of high school, but now they started to notice him in a different light. So yeah, I think that would happen to anybody that Rihanna dates, and the temptation would probably overwhelm him.
But isn't that because he
Right.
changed the way he looked and act and
Well, yeah,
all that?
that was part
It's
of it.
not like he was a
Really,
bad guy.
Well, no, I think he changed it up after he started getting attention, though.
Oh,
If I
okay.
remember that movie right, that was a
Yeah, he
corny ass
did. He
movie.
became.
He did.
I liked
yeah.
it,
I thought
but
she
he did
changed
change
his
it up.
look, and that changed it
Yeah.
up.
But he didn't
Right.
have to change because people were changing to mimic him. Like
Right.
he came with his own dance, and then others started to do it. People started to mimic his style.
Yeah, that's why it
So
was a corny ass movie. I remember that dance.
yeah,
Yeah,
That
you're
movie
I
was
don't
only
even remember the dance.
yeah.
like I put it like this. I watched Drumline and I became a Nick Cannon fan, And then I watched that movie, and I was just like, nope, ain't been rocking with him since. It just was like that was a
Yeah,
I like that movie. I did
Do you
too. And even Drumline.
no
But yet
Drumline
again,
was
do you
that
ladies?
deal.
Oh,
yeah.
do you
Well, I
ladies
mean,
It was
a
more
understand
remake
realistic,
of
I guess you could say, for Drumline.
it was a remake of a white movie called "Can't Buy Me Love."
right.
Yeah.
Do you ladies
Right.
understand
see, the better
how
idea for
easy
me
it
would be
is?
what's that movie? Geek Science or something like that. Do y'all remember that movie?
Weird Science.
Weird Science. There we go. So that's a different one because I don't think they changed the way they looked, but they became hot. So I can remember that one.
Oh yeah.
So, but I mean, that was a
In,
movie.
Well, no,
in
I'm just
practical
saying to the
application,
psychology. I don't think that that if women like Rihanna were to date, an average guy, that he would no longer be average by virtue of dating Rihanna. Like he would still
Yeah.
he would be put into an exceptional category, and yeah.
Mhm.
Okay.
All
And
right.
Yeah,
I
I'm,
absolutely agree
I'm,
with that because
Well, yeah. Go ahead. Well, hold on, real quick before I pass to you, Brenda. Then we're gonna throw it down to Jackie Jack. Ask Uncle J Speed. Check your email, J Speed. He says not a single mammal species has thus far been definitive. Okay. Oh, I forgot. I got it right here.
definitively.
Definitively. Yeah. No, it's far away on that screen, but I keep forgetting I got my laptop right here so I can see. Been definitively shown to be truly monogamous. That is correct. That is correct. I mean, okay. People have Googled exceptions to the rule, so let me, I'll put out that disclaimer. But the vast majority, comfortably over 99% of mammal species are not naturally monogamous. Evie Now in the building. Shout out to Evie Now. Appreciate you. Super chat. She says, just had this conversation about people breaking up before the baby is born. Shaking my head, marry before you carry. Yeah, that's a factor in the equation too. People did say that Rihanna was doing it wrong, getting pregnant before she got married. I did say that rich people, they technically can play by different rules, but
rules, yeah.
it do look messy on a public stage where she's carrying the baby and she's already out. Granted that supposedly he cheated or whatever, but to some degree I can't help but just shoehorn my whole thought process into it that that she Rihanna and she like I'm worth 1.7 billion. I'm Rihanna, bitch. I just want a baby, and so so she just got her dude to give her baby, and if the nigga got caught jaywalking, she break up with him, she just take her baby and go. It's like that's how I be thinking on this. But go ahead, Brenda. You got it.
All right. So I was listening to, actually, I totally understand where Bernard you're coming from, and Game Changer is coming from. And whenever it comes to the actual monogamy, especially as humans, I think the top 1%, there are certain guys who, yeah, polyamory is probably it's probably their best thing because they can't help it because of their I usually call it Ted Bundy effect or the Prince Charming effect, where they're just charming. They can just talk their way into any type of girls you know um yeah, and they can just they're just like that. And the women that they get with who end up marrying them, especially, they just know it they're not for them. Like, they're just a part of their a part of his I guess his brand, whatever he's creating. And so I was actually this week I researched Akon. I didn't know Akon was actually a polygamist. And later on, and right now he's actually building a whole city after him in Senegal. And guess what? If anything, you just have to have money in order to be a successful polyamorous. That's in my opinion, because you got to give every woman you impregnate, that's your legacy that's walking around. So you have to be able to supply for that legacy, because if it dies off, meaning like, because you're not taking care of your legacy and you're just letting your woman take care of it, it's going to be a little bit harder to even claim you as, oh yeah, that's your dad type of thing. But I don't know. I definitely agree with, if Game Changer slept with Rihanna, he will definitely get the bragging rights, and he will actually move up on his I guess value. and so he can get anybody after he gets Rihanna. Point blank, period. And I was looking at Rocky, ASAP Rocky, and he's just, to me, he's just cute. He's just average face, but he's just adorable. And so, if anything, if Rihanna was actually thinking with, okay, he
You
has
said
great
he's
genetics, great,
adorable. You said he
yeah, like
okay.
he's just
That's
adorable. Like he's
interesting.
not.
All these new
I don't
rappers
think
look
he has
like
any.
I said it last time we talked about this. All these new rappers look like gremlins, all of them. But
Yeah,
They
anyway,
it's
look
just
like
if you
bad
adorable. He
kids to
doesn't
me.
look grown at all. I'm like, and
not
so
even
that's what
Mogwise,
actually concerning me. No facial hair or anything like that. I don't know if he shaves it off, but he's just cute. And so I'm like, that's somebody I wouldn't be picking because all I see is just cute. So he has great genetics. If Rihanna just wants a pretty baby, maybe she was going for genetics, not even his money. I mean, she already has monetary value, so he has good genetics. I get that's just going to be my argument why she chose them. And so if they're breaking up, hey, that's okay because she already has the money, she has everything, but he has to definitely stay in this child's life so that the kid at least can know where the other half of his gene came from. But that's just me though. And
yeah,
so yeah.
going to the polyamory thing, and some select few men could do it if they make enough money and whatnot. So I guess my question that I'm going to throw to Jackie Jack, how much money a man got to make for you to not care if he's sleeping, if he's having sex with all your friends?
All my friends.
I mean, random women, not your friends.
Uh,
I mean, okay, you knew her in high school, but y'all wasn't really that cool, so it's just whatever, just random women, random women.
I don't know. He got to make $1 billion. I'm sorry.
You got to make a
I
billion for
can't.
you to not be in your feelings.
Yeah,
Okay,
I,
that's
I
pretty
can't.
steep. That's pretty steep, but
I can't
but
do it.
but no. What else were we talking about? But well, I forgot what was the question on the table. Um, Game changer or no? Snuggles that asked the question, and then that got us on the whole thing, and then we segued back into the Rihanna thing. I guess what obviously there's certain men where women, give it a pass or whatever. You agree you generally agree with that concept. I kind of tell by your previous answer. You generally agree with that concept that there's certain men that get that pass, so to speak. That yeah, it's just whatever. Society shouldn't even bat an eye at that when a man reaches certain status and he got multiple women. It shouldn't even be a thing such as cheating at that realm.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. It's just that someone cheating is like it just it it draws out emotions that it's kind of like it's kind of damaging. So yeah, you can get past it, but it's like who wants to go through those emotions over and over and over again because your guy is constantly cheating. So it's like you'll let it go because you're in love with them and you see value in them, but it's like who wants to just keep dealing with that? I mean that's why I said $1 billion because then I'm like he'll probably be able to hide it really well with $1 billion. Like it's not gonna be out there.
Yeah, what you think about my concept? That I think Game Changer laid out an argument and laid out why he disagreed with it, but I'm like, rather we talking about Beyonce, Cardi B, Rihanna, I do believe they could get monogamy from the vast majority of the male population, upwards of 90 to 95%. But they
Right.
got to live on that edge and they got to get in a relationship with the dude that's in that percent of a percent that they know they can't get monogamy from. They can get monogamy if they actually that's so my argument is that they don't care. That's my argument. They don't care about monogamy. Like I got you, LAR. Got you next after Jackie Jack. My
Yes.
argument is that they don't care about it in the sense that the way that they make it. If they did, they would make different choices. They can get monogamy from 90 to 95% of the male population, but they got to get hitched to the dude who wrote Girls, Girls, Girls and Big Pimpin'. So that's why I'm just simply like they really don't care. They
I mean,
really don't care.
I think they care, but it's not top. It's not on the top of their list. It's like this person brings so much other stuff. It's like I can let go of, them doing this. Because I think Beyonce cares, because why was Solange in the elevator fighting Jay-Z? It's probably because of stuff she's bringing back to Solange. So I think they care. It's just lower on the list of things they care about.
Yeah,
and
I
they
agree.
can easily let it go.
And
LA,
women, no, oh, sorry.
go no, we'll go here real quick, and then I'm throwing it to
Women
LAR.
are not really with. I don't think women are supposed to be with men because of sex or because of fidelity. You're with a man for security. You're with a man for stability. My grandmother always used to tell me, the penis doesn't lose size or it doesn't change in inches, even if he sleeps with somebody else. So why are you worried about that?
Damn.
Be worried about whether he's paying your bills. Be worried about, be worried about stability and diseases. We call it penis. Penis no get meter? In other words, there's no meter on a penis. So, what do you care?
Bullshit.
It's true.
You said that. Oh, she left him because he wasn't dicking her down. Haha, good for her. That was you. That was you.
Your man has a good D,
no,
and he also has money, and he's looking after you.
No, how is it okay for a woman to leave a man because of poor penis, and then you say, "Oh no, it's not that big a deal." No, it is the biggest deal to you. It is grounds for dismissal. So you're saying that. Oh God, you're saying on one hand
too much, but no, dick size is no big deal.
No. We're talking about quality of penis. A person can have a big dick and be horrible at it. Trust me, I know.
And a person can have no dick and still be good at it.
Huh? No, we're not talking about size. You're saying that.
Like, how do you know?
Time out.
Right? How do you know?
Everybody stop. Let me ask the question. You said a man.
If a man has
his junk can be big, and he can be horrible at it. Hold on, wait. Hold on. Time. Everybody stop. I'm not tripping. Listen. I'm not tripping on the concept that a man can have a big Johnson and be horrible at it. The pertinent part is the trust me, I know. That's
No. I know.
Hold on, wait, everybody but Game Changer mute up.
Everybody I've been with has had a big.
Hold on.
Everybody
but Game Changer mute up. Go ahead with the trust me, I know.
No.
Everybody I've been with.
No, Annette, chill. Annette, we gotta let Game Changer explain this.
And this is me saying that I've received complaints about my performance, but I haven't received complaints about my size.
Somebody needs to get the skills up. Okay. I understand.
No, I don't give a shit. No, I don't. Why? Why do I need to get my skills up for your vagina? Fuck that. No, I still get mine. Like whether you
but
or not, I still get mine.
You said, but it seems like okay. I think you brought up people. Some women have complained about my skills, but not my size. All right, so that means you can actually fix your skills, if anything, or you actually care what they said.
You're missing the point. He's saying he don't give a shit.
Yeah,
he doesn't. They can complain. I already got mine. Like, what is your complaint? Like it's like when you complain about the service at McDonald's and it goes into that bucket. They just throw them away. Like it don't matter.
Have you got a girlfriend?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
And like you,
is she monogamous now?
Listen, it's not a man's job to try to please a woman sexually.
Yes, it is.
And there you go. You just contradicted yourself. You were saying that it don't matter. It's about the money. He's supposed to provide and support and blah blah blah. And now you like it's his job to please her sexually. I call bullshit on what you were saying earlier.
You can please a woman without having a big D. There's so many other things you can do. Haven't you got 10 fingers? If you put 3 together, that's the size of a D.
Why does it take you 3? All right. Anyway.
He got game. That's what it gives
Lying,
me.
sir? Am I lying, LAR?
Could,
Okay,
Wait,
could you
what?
just let me
LAR,
laugh at this whole
LAR,
scenario?
What you supposed to do with
Could
the
LAR.
y'all
other
just
You
let
seven?
me laugh right now?
hold on, wait, real quick, real quick. Yeah, go ahead, LAR. You was raising your hand a while ago before we went off the cliff. But real quick, the average bro in the building, he says to the lady with the red hair, I think it means why is it okay for Rihanna to break up and no father in the home? I'll start at well, damn it, I can't. Well, we'll come back to that because that is like an issue in the backdrop. But then again, we talking about billionaires and millionaires, and kids gonna go to
Different rules.
private school and be perfectly fine. But
Celebrities have different rules.
in general, society looking at it, regular folks looking at it and emulating it, that's where that can
Are they
become
gonna be
a
perfectly? Are they gonna be perfectly fine? Because some of these kids end up on drugs and
that's
they
true.
can't get their stuff together. So
Yeah, you choose
are they
your
gonna be
struggle.
perfectly fine?
And I
Well,
have a better answer for him
okay.
later. Yeah.
ASAP Rocky being in the home, I don't I don't know if that takes them from being fine to not being fine. I think they end up getting on drugs and being weird because they grew up in a weird unorthodox celebrity lifestyle, so they don't got nothing. They got no mountain to climb. They got nothing to do other than do
There's
some
no
lines of coke
stability.
at 16. So that'll happen with or without ASAP Rocky in the home. So I
But
don't know.
So let me.
usually a dad will give you like mountains to climb. Like they're gonna be
Yeah,
tougher on
yeah,
you.
You
okay,
Your mom's just
fair
gonna
enough.
give you just give you things.
the structure. Yeah, and which
I
is
understand
understandable.
that if ASAP Rocky, okay, if they're together and ASAP Rocky is in the life every day and he's a good, firm, stern father who sets guidelines, then the kid
But
will
is he
be
ready for that though?
much better off. But in general, and listen, I don't put on a cape for any of the serial impregnators like Future, but one piece of reality in all of this is like it's different. It's stupid to do what some of these dudes are doing to be that rich and give that many women power over you to where you just spreading your seed and all kinds of women, and it's stupid. However, they do got the money and resources. They can send the kids to private school, a damn nanny hired to read to them every night. I mean, the kids can turn out okay just
They'll have
just
a
by
village
sheer
because they will
just
cater to
by
the
sheer
village.
fact of class and status. They can figure out a way to make the kids turn out okay. But I'm gonna go to LAI real quick. Christian Hutchinson, I forgot to email you. I've been meaning to get at you, but he says, is it okay for Rihanna to cheat since she is worth 1.7 billion? Should ASAP Rocky just accept she wanted something extra? No, she's a woman, he's a man. End of. Okay, go ahead, LAR.
So let me just throw a quick couple of curveballs. Okay, if men aren't monogamous, that means women aren't monogamous. We ain't running around here like George Michael. Now, the second part of that is it's probably easier to be polygamous with modern women now for cheap because they're just trying to get what they want from these guys. So they don't need quote unquote security. They just need what they want at that particular time. So these guys can be broke with a rotation of multiple women who are strong and independent and doing what they want to do for themselves and don't need a man until about 2:30 in the morning. So feminism helped the part of you don't need as much money now to be polygamous.
No, I was just speaking for
Well,
me. You need
I
a
don't think
billion for me.
I don't think that like a guy with a rotation or a guy that's playing a field, or living a bachelor life. I don't really call that polygamous. I don't, I'm when I think of polygamous, I'm thinking like in a relationship, in a solid relationship, and have several others, relationships or steady sexual partners. That's like, but I get it. You go to the club, you pick something up, you do your thing, and
No, you missing something, game changer.
okay.
It's 2022 and most women are delusional and they think they're in a relationship with guys that they aren't anyways. They think they're in a relationship with these guys that they come and go when they say they want them to.
Hmm.
So for them, it's polygamy. I can get this guy here, he come and go as I want to because he my man and he my man. And so she's really doing this to herself.
Yeah, I'm talking about
Women are horrible players.
No, I get it. I get it. And yeah, regular people can do it. But when I'm talking about like people who can sustain it, like with the wife and the well behaved kids and stuff like that. I get what you're saying, there's players of all economic brackets. I get that part. I'm just saying that the whole Ennis Cosby, you're my wife, but you understand what I do on the side type thing. But we've been married 25 years type deals. I'm saying that those are reserved for the muckety mucks, because the player life, like take Jody on Baby Boy, right? Like that worked for him, but that's not going to work for very long. That eventually is going to, she's gonna slap you. You're gonna have to kill Snoop. Like eventually she's gonna snitch on that dude and send him away for murder. So like if he keeps cheating the way he was, so I'm talking about having your cake and eat it too. I'm talking about having your wifey type, your actual wifey type, and your jelly on the side. That seems to be reserved for the super rich or super exceptional.
All right. Before I pass it to OGJ Speed, who looked like he hurt himself getting out of bed. I just can see it in your face. You wake up, your bones be cracking.
I look
What he said.
marvelous. I look marvelous. 62 years old. I look marvelous.
No, Jay, hold on.
You're not 62.
Jay, hold on,
I
wait,
am
Jada. What did you
62.
say? I can barely see that.
I say I'm 62
no, wait,
and I look marvelous.
You actually do. I have to.
You look at
Yeah,
day over
second
90. All
You're
right.
right, but no, you wish you looked this good when you get married.
He reminds me of Jamie Foxx.
I wouldn't say
broke.
Jamie Foxx,
I would
but
say
he's
I
got
broke
like
Jamie
a
Foxx.
ball.
Yeah, I agree along with you.
You talking about Jamie Foxx when he played that one movie where he was a bum and he got beat up real bad, and they put on the aging makeup and the aging CGI that made him look 113.
You see how wait a minute. You see how wait a minute. Wait. You see how this shit going. You see that a person could be very educated and still dirty macking. You see, he dirty macking right
I
about
don't know who told you I was educated.
He's dirty macking right about that.
I brought you up here just to roast you up a little bit. That's all.
Just roast me up a little bit.
Yeah,
I've been bruised up for the last week.
but no. Before I go to you, Jada, just go ahead and ask the question that you put in the private chat.
Oh, okay. So I was saying, I was trying to hurry up and tell you guys because we kept going, but you guys are most likely talking about polyamory more than polygamy.
Explain the difference. Explain the difference.
Okay, so the difference in polyamory is that these are just almost like open relationships. You're having multiple relationships with different people, or sexual relationships, whatever you want to call it. Polyamory is when you actually marry more than one person. So those are the two differences. So you don't have to be married for polyamory, but you do for polygamy. So if that helps anybody.
Yeah, black folks confuse those two all the time. Look, I've said this before because I get confused on the names, but I have said this is that whether it's polyamory, polygamy, polygyny. A lot of people, and LAR actually alluded to this. A lot of people already doing it. Like a chick would rather be the side chick than be in a polygynous relationship or a polygynous marriage or whatever the hell, however we define it. They'll rather do that because there's a certain form of structure with that. They don't want it to be structured. They'll de facto do the same thing, long as it's a certain level of chaos to it. They'll do it. So it's almost like, yeah, a lot of people might as well go ahead and be in one of those polygynous, monogam, whatever the polyamorous, whatever the hell, all the different things. Go ahead, Jay.
Well, not completely, because some of the side chicks don't have to do everything a wife does. So that's probably why some women don't want to indulge in polygamy, because they might have to have kids, they might have to deal with everything in the home. Side chicks, they can just do what they do and keep it moving.
We kind of saying the same thing. Is basically the structure aspect of it is that they don't want. But
the man might not even want you to have kids. Some men, actually, a lot of men, already have their children, they already have their wives, they already take their wives to certain functions. Your job as the side chick or wife number two is not to have children or do the
Be
laundry.
fun.
Your job is to just service him how he wants to be serviced. And you get your own little
Vice versa.
area. And yeah, well, when a man has money, it's not vice versa, because they're doing more for you that you can't do for yourself. All you're doing is just being there to like play with him and
Mm-hmm.
his
And that
needs.
But aren't
and
women
that
It's a
right now?
thing.
no, I
But
agree. You be making
Really?
you be making sense like once or twice per show. You be on it. Did you was
No, but I'm Nigerian, and
Yeah,
here's
the
the
guy
thing.
get the sex, the woman get what she wants. So I think it's equal. That's what he
yeah.
wants.
And the wife, and the
It's
wife
just
we,
right.
we
knows,
got
and the
we
wife
got one
knows that
problem.
she's not going anywhere because she's secure. Why would she divorce her husband?
We got one
They're
problem.
gangsters. They ain't going nowhere.
That I could have swore in the last few days women have been upset because a guy said a woman needs to cater to a man and sometimes be quiet. And he was rich, and he is rich. And all of the inner side chick came out, and all of these women who said they want to be wives. The side chick is on Front Street. So unfortunately, you're talking about a bunch of side wife wannabes. There are no wives right now. Okay, there are side wives. It's a lot of you ladies who want to be a second and third wife, even if you the first wife. So of
That's true.
course,
Well, what did he say?
But
Not
that's
yet.
find a wife.
what I'm saying is, ladies went so far down the modern woman feminist path, they think being a wife is basically operating like a side chick. So the minute you have to do wifely duties, they go, "Oh no, I don't."
I get what you mean.
Yeah, I agree.
I get what you mean. And I find that funny.
All right. I'm gonna pass it to OGJ Speed. We didn't went all the way down the rabbit hole. We talking about polygyny, polyamory, the whole works with that. And you were either currently is or was formerly a Nation of Islam brother. I don't know if you still wear the title as
They
Muslim
practice
Nation
that.
of Islam or whatever and all of that. So that's
Mm.
I think those concepts kind of intertwine or intermingle with that. So I don't know if that backdrop gives you a little something more to say about this in respect to the black community and all the chaotic stuff we got going on. But go ahead. What's your thoughts on the on the discussion
I
so far?
just been listening and been enjoying the conversation offline or either on the panel. It's been very interesting in this morning, and it's always amazing to what's his name, LLC. But anyway, and
You call him LL.
name changer, and you, Ronaldo. It's a pleasure to be on the panel with y'all distinguished gentlemen. But
Distinguished.
anyway, yeah. You fucked up a couple words this morning. Don't let me backlag on them moonwalk on that shit. But anyway, I'm gonna let you
I
get
probably
past
did.
that.
All right.
But
All right.
anyway, but no, this is I guess in my elderly years, I don't put up all the bullshit. So been married twice, so I'm single. Been single for the last 14 years. So it's like a lot of this stuff really don't apply to me, man. It just really don't because when I was in the nation, I could have had more. I could have had more than one wife, very easily. But I prefer to have one wife.
But did they structure it that way though? I mean, was it structured that way where they were like marrying chicks off to multiple chicks to one dude? Was it structured that
No,
way in the nation?
that's not really one. See, you got to understand Islam, the Orthodox, that is the structure. But when you start talking about a nation of Islam, that's a nation inside of a nation. So it's a little different the way it's structured. I mean, they prefer you to have one wife. And some brothers don't need one wife, and we understand that. So the way they structured it, it had y'all what y'all call it, vatting, courtship. What the hell y'all call
What
it
do you mean
again?
some brothers don't need one?
Well, what I'm trying to say is some brothers not, even though they're soldiers, but they don't need a wife. You know what I mean? You got to understand that just because you're a male and just like you're a female, that don't mean you need a husband neither. You know what I mean? I mean, some just people ain't just good be putting them together. you know, and that's where a lot of this problem comes up in the first place. You got to know what you are qualified to do in life, and just because you got a set of breasts, that don't mean you should be laying down with no man. You know what I mean? Trying to raise a family because your head is not right, and brothers are the same way. You got some soldiers out there, nothing but killers. You don't need for him to be marrying no woman. You know what I mean? Because he can turn on at any time. So, but anyway, just to give you a little background what the hell I'm talking about.
Jackie, did you find that funny?
Yeah.
What the hell was that?
No, it's
He
trauma.
said you got some soldiers out there that they don't need a wife because they could turn on her at any time.
Anytime.
Right.
What the hell?
That's correct.
Right.
But no, one of the biggest things when soldiers,
And you
Oh,
talking
when
about
sol-
if they're not sorry.
when soldiers come back from the military, especially if they've been out there and been shooting at and been shot at, that is the last person. A lot of wives divorce them motherfuckers. Because what left her is not what came back to her. So you know you got to understand who you're dealing with. You know.
Bernard, you see this
Go ahead.
breakfast? You see this breakfast? You see
Yeah,
this
I
breakfast,
was just about to say, there go the cereal. We told you was in there cooking some cornflakes when you said you was in the kitchen. We caught you.
She look like she getting ready to eat some sugar and biscuits. That's all damn serious what she got. That ain't no.
She
damn
over there with some
breakfast.
Lucky Charms.
That's what I'm talking about. Sugar,
No,
flour and sugar.
But before the show started, she was like, "Hold on." No, she had put in the back shot. Hold on, y'all. I'm in the kitchen. It sounded like she was trying to, like she was cooking or something. And then I think LAR said you. I don't know. If he said something like you. No, that was me actually. Asked her was she cooking some cereal, and lo and behold, she pulled up a box of cereal. So yeah. She's
I thought y'all would have found that funny. But no, my daughter asked me to eat out all the marshmallows. She don't like marshmallows, but she likes the Lucky Charms.
Okay, that shows you, ladies, that you can't eat junk food and still look beautiful. You know what I mean? But not all of y'all can do that shit now. You got to know who you are.
Wait, hold on. Wait, was that? Hold on. Wait, I'm getting confused by the old Negro language. Was that a compliment or an insult?
She know exactly what it was.
For me, it wasn't an insult.
I don't compliment. I can tell. Oh, my fault. I got it.
Yeah,
I got it backwards.
He didn't finish it all the way because I know he wasn't coming for me. I don't.
No, sweetie. What I said was that shows some of the ladies out there that you can eat junk and still look as good as you look. That was a compliment.
It wasn't how you worded it the first time. But
well, you got to understand. I was raised by. You got to understand the time that I came up. My educator was a white man with one teeth in his mouth, so some of the words come out of my mouth won't be exact. So
one teeth.
You got to understand that.
Wait, JC, it was legal for you to read back in your day?
Say what?
It was legal for you to read back in your day?
Not really. It was, you get a good mention if you did read early in the morning. That's why we did most of our reading on the counter light. That's why we couldn't quite get some of the words to sound right because we read by candlelight.
Under candlelight?
Oh, yeah, under candlelight. Well, at that time we called it kerosene light. We had got past the candle. So it was kerosene light.
On that nag.
Yeah. Who that nigga on that nag?
Going back to ASAP Rocky and the girl looking at the comment, I did look at her picture. She's absolutely gorgeous as well.
Yeah, I was about to pull up.
Girl, he cheated. I was like, it's not like she was ugly or anything.
Yeah,
he's just pretty people.
Well, that's not fair. When you got a biscuit in the oven, you can't compare how they look.
Yeah, you see now. Yeah,
no, she looked good. She looked. Hold on, she looked good compared to non-pregnant Rihanna. She still looked good.
Well, put that picture up, but now both of them pictures up there.
I'll pull it up in a little bit. I'll pull it up in a little bit. But just real quick. Damn it, I think I'm missing somebody's super chat. But a Nigerian Flex in the building said ASAP Rocky was just trying to get it in before the baby came. I see no problem with what he did. I mean, Nigerians.
Well, no, but he got caught. That's the problem. Like well, okay, provide that this is true. People are debunking the story now, but the thing is that he got caught. Now, I do want to say, why are you bouncing?
What is that?
I'm trying to get the marshmallows out of there.
Yeah.
Who? Wait. Okay, hold on. I heard some click, clack, click, clack.
I'm sorry, I didn't know y'all could hear it. That's me.
Okay, yeah,
What the hell
mute
you
up, mute
thought? You
up.
thought wasn't no microphone in front of you?
Hold on, I'm
It
gonna
wasn't
mute you up.
to me. It wasn't a loud sound, so it didn't seem like it would
Oh
come
yes,
through.
ma'am. I got you. Got you.
All
I
right,
got
all
you.
right, you're muted. You're muted. Okay,
I
all
do
right.
want to take this opportunity to call cap on all the brothers who say pregnant pussy is better than regular pussy. I disagree with that. And I never been with a woman who was showing while pregnant. I have been with pregnant women who weren't showing, and it's no better. I think that they just say that to make themselves to psych themselves up to go into a pregnant chick. I do think that.
I would
No,
disagree with that. And I
Thank
have
actually,
you.
had a
The
lot
most
of pregnant pussy,
nothing.
and I disagree with
The
that
most
100%. It's
All right, well,
wetter,
we got the
the lips
experience.
are bigger, and it fits good.
The
was it your
only
baby though?
the
Was it your baby though? That's the question.
It's a baby there,
the
and that
only
don't sound like a
benefit.
fiction.
Dilation.
There is a baby there.
Hey, Long
Wait
John
a minute,
Silver.
wait a minute.
Everybody ain't like you be hitting the baby in the head when they be making love with their woman. You know, some
Ew.
guys know how to take it
Baby,
cautious.
weird.
Okay, let me just try to bring it back to okay. The only thing good about having sex with a pregnant woman is that you can't get her pregnant. That's the only thing good about it.
Okay,
Ain't,
so
No,
I do.
ain't
It
nothing
sounds
but
like
nah,
else.
that.
I've
It
had some
sounds
rare
like
incidents.
but nah, the quality do go up. That was like you saying that the breasts don't look better when a woman is pregnant.
No. They don't feel better, but they look better.
Yeah, this
They
is what
get
I'm talking about. I don't know what y'all got, what kind of machines or tools y'all guys working with when y'all woman was pregnant. But I'm telling you, every woman I got pregnant by the first trimester. I'm telling you, it changes. The size of the lips, the feeling, the wetness, the moisture, everything. Now I'm just like I say, I'm not like name changer up there, Long John Silver. I'm not trying to touch a person's
because
heart
you
every
don't
time I
have to
make love.
acknowledge that the important part of the question is the trust me I know. We don't got to talk about another man's junk. It was just
No,
a
what I'm just
trust.
saying. I didn't never talk about his John. I just called him Long John Silver. He was talking about his Johnson
Why?
area this morning.
Why?
No, I'm
Don't
saying
rest.
because he brought that up this morning.
You don't got to keep going back to it
No,
though.
it's not that I'm
That's the
going back to it.
point.
I was not here to retort it. That's what I'm trying to tell you, brother.
Game
I'm
changer
here to
loves when
retort it now.
everybody's talking about his pain, okay?
Yeah, he's always talking about his thing. The only way and penis and all
Let
that
him talk
bullshit.
about the queen.
I
You ain't got
told
to
him last time every time he come on, he always talking about his penis. I don't give a damn if he got a cat dick. I told him that once before. It makes no difference to me. So what I'm trying to say is we can get past the penis, but he gonna bring it up in this discussion in a little bit.
You
You
see how
sound like you sound like OGJ RuPaul. You do realize that,
Wait a
right?
minute, goddamn, wait a
Spell
minute.
it. You
I
can't even
know an
spell it.
insult
It's
when I
all
hit
letters.
one. I know an insult when I hit. What that say right there? Let me see. Did I
It
spell the
says
word right? I know an insult when I see one.
I wasn't expecting that.
All right, there she
oh
go.
man.
Yeah, she's
That's,
pretty.
that's the chick.
That's not the best picture of her, but she does look good.
That ain't the best. That's the only one I ever seen. That ain't the best one.
Oh, she's got some good ones on the internet.
Now
She
she
don't
got a
have
lot of good
she don't look like a
And she's a fashion model. She's a model, so you know.
fashion model
She's
and
a
designer.
model.
no. She looks like a robot. She don't like her
Oh,
face is too
There's
small.
they said that
oh,
it's not a true story because she actually works with Rihanna. But that's the funny part about this
What?
is
How did that make the
because
story not true? Because she worked with
Right.
Rihanna. She
that,
could.
that,
That would make
that-
it
what?
look,
true.
that's the funny part.
That
That's the funny part about it to
Both
me.
of them.
Like it's a two-way street. You can believe a man cheats on a woman when she's pregnant, and you can believe a woman is going to be with somebody else's man when she's pregnant. So, do people believe that it's a lie right now because of the stereotype?
Um. Okay. So I heard people
It's
saying
a
I
lot
wasn't
of
trying to. But I heard a lot of people saying that okay, it was a rumor, it was a lie, it was this, it was that. But the only thing that they're saying, only evidence they got that it's not true, is that they're just saying that oh no, she worked with them, so
Well, no,
it's.
I mean you can't prove a negative, so it's not really.
Well, what, no,
Right.
well, okay. I guess what I was looking for, I was thinking that Rihanna released a formal statement or said something to show that it's not true. So
No,
right,
no, apparently it's the
we,
opposite. Yeah, she did say that, or no, it's she did release that statement. She said that it's rumors that they
oh,
didn't split.
she did say that. Okay, all right, cool. I mean,
Are they even broken up?
No.
According to the thing, no, they're not really broken up. So
No, and they're not going to ever be broken up unless it's like officiated type of breakup. And she's the one who's actually, I feel like she will be the one who will be putting it out there that she broke up, because women are tend to be the one who walk away. Because okay, so going back to, I don't know if you want me to go back to the question of some the one who asked
yeah,
me, is it okay
you can
for
take it. You can take it either way.
yeah yeah, naturally I don't think women actually do want to walk away from men unless they're just they were not, how do I say this, they were not
Take your time. Take your
in
time.
to actually have your baby, because it is an honor to be carrying somebody's, in my opinion, as a woman, to be carrying somebody else's seed, a legacy, to bring it out. But I was raised to kind of I was raised to be a wife. Okay, I'm a modern woman, but I wanted to be a wife because I do want kids. So that means it will be a little bit different from
She just
focusing
said
family to focusing on
translation.
career.
She just said she wanted to
Shut
get married. She didn't want to be nobody's wife though. She just wanted to get married. She just wanted the
no, no.
wedding, fancy dress, a big celebration,
No.
and some
Okay.
music. Everybody doing the
No,
electric
no. I
slide in
didn't
her
say that.
honor. That's what she wanted.
No. It's the marriage is actually okay. So marriage and wedding are two different things. The marriage is between my significant other and I, and then the wedding is actually for everybody else to celebrate because they're the ones who want to be able to do everything. But
You be talking about your man like he's like calling him significant
oh
other.
no,
You be
I'm
talking
just
about
talking
him in a
about
real
in general.
non-binary kind of way. It's like just,
No, stop.
is it your man? Is it ain't?
Hey,
No,
Brenda,
what I wanted to say.
Brenda, can I ask you this? Can I ask you this?
That was a good one.
Would you allow your dude? Would you allow your dude to have a side piece while you're between 4 to 9 months pregnant? Would you say that I can't offer him non-pregnant pussy during this time period? Therefore, you can have a side piece during this time period and this time period only.
No, because everything will have to have been contracted way before, because I do believe in the marry before you carry, way before we're getting into a contract.
No, I'm saying
So
so right now, this is the creation of the contract. Right now, he's saying, okay, I want to marry you before carrying. However, I don't want to go that 5 month period without sex, or only having pregnant sex. Therefore, would this be part of the contract?
That is
No.
so backwards thinking.
No, because I'm not signing up for that one.
Okay.
Because
What
that
if he
means
worded it in a way
no.
that he says, I want marry before you carry? Like MARY. Can I have marry before you carry?
Well,
Could
as I said, no.
Marry before
Let's sign the papers before we carry.
Okay,
Because
all right.
it's about
Real quick.
security. But yeah, whenever so sorry, but whenever it comes to Rocky, should Rihanna actually kick him out, or at the end of the day, because and I wrote it down. Whenever it comes to identity is mainly identity, stability, and structure is mainly, it comes from fathers. So in order for, in my opinion, for a child to actually be able to thrive in this world, they have to know who they are and why they do what they do, and their dads are the ones who are going to kind of help them out, and while the mom is actually nurturing and caring, But he's the one who lays the foundation. Like, you're my daughter or you're my son. This is how I brought you into this world, but I'm going to help you survive into this world. But if the woman baby mama doesn't include the men into the life, that's why we have so many problematic people and children. Right now, I'm working in the middle school, and let's just say I'm having a lot more therapy session because we don't have they come from single parent households, predominantly African American school, and let's just say
Where?
those those girls are too smart for their own good because they don't have a structure at home. So
Oh, okay.
a lot of the
I didn't know where you was going.
teachers have kind of walked out.
Yeah,
But it's more because of the structure and the stability, and men do bring that. So we have to bring men back into the household. So in my opinion, I don't think Rihanna will just let Rocky. She will keep on trying regardless.
But when you say you have
I
to
think.
bring men
But yeah.
back, why do the men leave in the first place?
Oh,
Because
that's actually their own
want to see
trauma.
your child, if
Mhm.
you really want to see your child,
They should
even
never have walked out.
fight.
Are you talking about him? Are you talking about him leaving? Okay, I don't even like the term "leave the household," as if wherever the woman wherever the woman lay her hat is the home. I don't like that concept.
I'm
But
listening
so
to your
so
story,
no, I think the question is why did the relationship fail? She by law and by right and by she takes the kid by law.
Yeah,
The
but if
relationship
you want
failed
the kid,
because the relationship failed.
yeah, but if you want the child, and because what I'm saying is we have to look at single parenthood from two positions. There's the single mother, but there's also an absent father. So now, what the men I know, when this woman tries to pull this nonsense on them, they take the woman to court
Yes.
and they get
What's
their
their
children.
winning percentage?
We'll see.
What's the winning
You
percentage?
see that last part
The
she said?
percentage is not the
And they
point.
get that
The
woman.
fact is that they
She
fight.
comes from an imaginary world where men just go, where court is the place that men go to get custody. And
Yeah,
every
it don't
man
work
who
like
won't
that.
have custody of his kid is because he didn't go to court. You see that? You see the
Yeah, but
imaginary
where
world?
else would you go to
No.
get your
We
kid?
live
You're
in
not
the
gonna drag her
West.
off the
We
street.
live in a world where men go to court and do not get custody at all. We live in that world. That is the reality. Stop
Listen, that is
trying
how
to
it is
paint
in
this
America.
narrative. Stop trying to paint this narrative of a black father that went out and got some orange juice and never came back. That is old timey. That's
No,
even
that
before
happens as well
JC.
sometimes.
No, everything
No,
happens
people don't even
sometimes.
drink orange juice anymore. We're fat.
Like everything happens sometimes. The point is that that's a rarity. Most of these single mothers are single because they chose to be single because a man
Correct.
did not want to put up with the crap that they put out there. If Will Smith had left Jada the moment the entanglement happened, she would be a single mother, and it's not because Will Smith was an asshole. It's because she's a cheating chick.
That's it.
That's just how
I
it
got
happened.
it.
Stop trying to
Go
make
ahead,
it.
LAR. Go ahead, LAR.
I got a question. Annette, if you came over my home, right, and you left, could I call you an absentee guest?
No, because I didn't have a baby with you.
But that
Absentee guess.
these families you're talking about is two people who live separately.
Mm-hmm.
One person got pregnant and they never lived together, but they're saying I was abandoned and it was absentee. No, you're the only name on the lease or the mortgage.
No. Your absentee father is a child that doesn't play a role in the child's life. You don't have to live with a child to play a role in the child's life.
Okay, hold on. If we only thing we're talking about playing a role, like that happens. I forgot the exact data on that. But when it comes to just playing a role, that's happening.
Father figure
But we run
role.
into the problem to where even the court-ordered visitation schedule, the man is getting the kid probably 10% of the time, but it's going to be 100% his fault if the kid don't turn out right. But he only getting to see him 10% of the time, like every other weekend and Wednesday from 5 to 8. That's Uncle Dad status. But that's what the court orders. That court that you said, just go down to the court and get your kids. Yeah, that's what the court orders every other weekend and Wednesday from 5 to 8.
I live in Texas.
They order Uncle Dad status.
I live in Texas, and maybe about 4 or 5 days ago, with the court order, a father dropped his daughter off back to the mom, and his girlfriend was in the car, and she shot him twice.
What?
So I want you to be part of the world we live in.
Yeah, well, I live in the same world.
So why were you looking confused when you said when I said she shot him twice?
Wait, my child the other day was doing something that she shouldn't do, right? I caught her like experimenting with cigarettes. And you know what I did? I called Nigeria straight away. I'm like, listen, this is what this girl did. And he got on the phone and I could hear him 2 rooms away screaming down at her. I could hear him from 2 rooms away. She was bawling her eyes out and everything. And now everything is gone. So what am I saying? You don't need to be in the house.
Right. But
The
would
question,
you,
the question,
wait,
that's a-
but wait,
Yes,
one
you
second.
do.
Wait,
This
That's
is
one
why
second.
she
One
smoked the
second.
cigarette
That is
in
the
the first
problem.
place.
One second.
That's why she smoked
One
the
second.
cigarette
One
in the
second.
But
first
men,
One second.
women don't even
you.
allow
Thank
for their
you.
kids to even
Like,
talk to their fathers at all.
All experiment with cigarettes.
Let
No,
me
no,
drive
If
something.
you're that
Let me
no,
drive
no.
the.
You see,
Hold
what
on,
you
hold on,
Hold on,
just
real quick.
I
Hold
want
on.
to
I'm
be
gonna.
done.
no. I mean, if I may,
Just
Eleanor,
give me
right
15
quick. You know,
seconds. Just give me 15 seconds.
Huh?
Just
Just give
give
me
LAR
15
15
seconds.
seconds. 15 seconds, LAR, then hold your thought. Game changer. Go ahead.
The men
I
you
got something to say
said need
too.
to fight for their children when they do those things, like you're talking about, that they were called to do. Those phone calls get recorded and then sent to the court so he can spend less time with the kids. You have to factor that into this equation you're talking. That's all I'm saying.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead, game changer.
You see,
And
the
then
thinking that, a man can parent by phone if he's loud enough is ridiculous. And this type of thinking goes into the decision making process of the women initiating divorce. They're saying stuff like, "Oh, it's fine for me to, leave the relationship and become a single mother because if I can call him in Nigeria and he can just have a Zoom meeting father. He can be a remote parent. You know how we have remote workers like myself? He can be a remote parent. Like it's ridiculous. They're basically telling themselves what they need to hear before they sign
No,
on
no.
divorce.
If I wanted
Before they
to
sign on
leave,
the dotted line of divorce, they tell themselves
game
what they want to
changer,
hear.
game
And then
changer.
after they psych themselves up for a divorce, then they say, oh, you men are making these women single women. Get the fuck out of here. That's
Right.
ridiculous.
Game changer. If we really wanted to be mean, if I really wanted to be on the side of let's bash all the men, a person who's been bashful would say, well, why is he on the phone? Why can he not get on the plane and come to England and father his own children? But actually, he wants to be in Nigeria because he's doing his own thing. No, hold on. And I'm actually saying, despite that, a man can have influence on his children just by talking to them. They don't have to
He
be
has
so
greater influence by being
absent
there.
fathers.
No,
Physically.
you
That's
maximize,
On the occasion,
you, no, it is
on
your
the
duty.
occasion
It
where
is
two
your duty to
don't
keep
live
the family
together,
together. And
on
if
the
it
occasion,
means you going to Nigeria and being a Nigerian wife to the father of your children, and that's what you
there's
do.
so many
But you didn't do
divorced
that, and that's
families.
not his fault.
There's so and this is by somebody who is around children, like my whole family. There's so many divorced families who co-parent their children very, very effectively.
Ain't that some?
Children
No,
do a good
no,
job.
that's like getting a high F.
but all right.
Now,
The
That's like getting a
problem.
high
The
F. That's
problem.
like saying
you're
I
not
I have
living in
a
the same
very,
house.
very, very good F. Stop trying to normalize. You see, co-parenting is one of those
It's got
words that they
nothing to
make
do
up
with
to
normalizing.
normalize depravity. That's what they're
You're
trying
so
to do.
All
sensitive.
right. Go ahead,
You
Jackie.
either are parenting, your child 100%. With the two biological parents together, that is what you strive for. You don't strive for co-parenting and say, but
Yeah,
I
but
do it very well.
that is
Those
what
are
we
10s. I
strive.
keep them real
That's what
clean, though.
people.
No, that's what you sound like. No.
Wait,
It's
hold on. All
imitation.
right. Let's
I think she has a point there, though. This is where
No,
but hold
Bernard
on,
gonna
but
say I'm capable.
real quick,
This
real
is where
quick. Hold
Bernard
on, wait,
gonna
hold on,
say
hold
I'm
on, real
capable
quick. Hold
women.
on, Jackie was trying to respond to that. Go ahead, Jackie.
Go ahead,
Yeah,
Jackie.
I mean, I'm gonna change the topic, so I don't know if y'all want to keep going because it's
Oh
gonna
no,
be.
you was trying to interrupt. Oh,
I was
you was trying to.
interrupting on what she was talking about, but it's not the same as what you guys are talking about right now. So I don't
What
know if
was it
y'all
though?
want to. Okay, I was just gonna ask her why does she think that these dads get every other weekend? Why do they get every other weekend?
That's sort
Why
of
do you
still on
think that?
topic.
Yeah, no, I know it's on topic, but it's not talking about the co-parenting and stuff. Why do you think it's like that?
Are you asking me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, why do I think parents get what?
Dads get every other weekend. Why is that a thing?
I can't speak for America, but as you know, I'm a lawyer and I did family law as part of my degree. And what we found was that the courts definitely look at whether he's working, whether she's working, who is available, and all that kind of stuff. And on a case by case basis, they'll decide. Like, okay, you have the child one weekend, he'll have the child the other weekend. And sometimes it's 50-50 because our child support law here, from what I'm seeing, is a bit different from what it is in America. It's a bit more, it's still heavily towards the woman, but not as much as America. The men still get to see their children a lot more than America. In
Okay.
Nigeria, there's no court. The man just gets the kids.
Most
The
certainly.
man literally
Right
just
on.
Good.
But
But no,
Bernard, can I
no,
What
get
but
I
your
real
was-
quick,
insight?
real
what I
quick.
was-
Hold on.
what I
I'll
was
throw
gonna
it. Hold on.
say-
Wait. Go ahead. Wait, well, go ahead. I'm gonna go
What I was
Jackie,
gonna-
then J
what I-
Speed.
What I was gonna say is the top reason why they get every other weekend is because the mother fights it. She fights 50-50 custody. And that's why they get every other weekend. Because if she just gave in to the 50-50 custody, and every mother just gave in to 50-50 custody, the court would be like, well, you know, she's not fighting it.
Yeah, and maybe she
Most
wants
of these
more
moms
money
are
as well.
fighting so they can't have 50-50 custody. That's like
Maybe she
one of the
wants
top
more money.
reasons.
Maybe she wants more money as well because I think the more
Oh.
time. Maybe I'm just saying that.
Maybe she want more money, and maybe
Yeah,
she
so
has the
maybe-
ideology to think that a remote father is a good
Right.
thing that he
No,
could
no,
just
no. No,
could
I'm not
he could
talking
get
about
his
personally. I'm talking about generally. In America, I'm just thinking aloud. Could it be that if you have your child for more hours, you get more government assistance?
no,
I
it's
think
more overnights. It's if you get more overnights, the more overnights you have, the more child support
government
you can get,
assistance. Yeah.
and
So it might-
overall more control you can have, and that's a point that it can't be overlooked. That even when
Bernard.
dads fight for it, and I've went through that, and I know exactly how it go. You fight for half. It's like you feel like you're fighting the system that's biased against you, but what Jackie Jack said is right, and I made that point a lot of times. The person what you're actually fighting is the person who will call you a deadbeat if you're not there. But when you fight to be there 50-50, they're going to fight against you. But then you're a deadbeat if you're not fighting. It's a weird thing. It's a weird thing. But go ahead, J Speed. Okay, he's talking to
No, my bad. What'd you ask?
No, I said J Speed.
Okay, I'm here. I had to take up something. Look, I want to say two things. All right, this is where Bernard think I'm caping for women, but what I have found out through the court system, usually why the women get more than the men because the woman is always the one who's petitioned to the court, and that's in any case. That could be that could be criminal. It could be anything. So we won't get a great understanding of what I'm talking about. Think about this. We always have prenups when it comes down to most prenups. Yeah, your pre-nuts or nuts, either way you want to go. So we always have this. It's surrounded by finance mostly, SS. Why don't we make prenups talk about the kids? What happened if we get a divorce? See, this is the thing where we can educate. We can educate men and how to proceed in this court system. One thing me and you disagree with, Bernard. Most men go into court asking for 50-50. Why don't you just go in there and ask for physical custody? That gives you more standpoint in the courtroom than asking for 50-50. Because when you think you're talking about women, no, 50-50 and physical custody is two different things, sir. It's two different things. And this is where the lawyers come in there and tear up this damn courtroom. They're the ones who keep y'all fighting. They're the ones that keep all these sneak attacks, side attacks, and all this other bullshit. Because I only got progress in my case when I fired my lawyer and understood how to go in the courtroom and maneuver myself. So this is a problem. Knowledge is power, bro, and especially if you use it. And so this is where I get on these YouTube channels, and I get guys who have had bad lawyers, and they go in that courtroom and they get slammed to the floor, but they don't understand the lawyers are there to make money to send their own children to Princeton and Harvard, not to get your damn kids in a safe environment. You got to understand that. So this is where me and you know, Bernard, this is where me and you disagree. And I'm telling you, I got proactive in my case and fired a lawyer. I was not getting anything done in that damn courtroom. And so when guys start to understand that, how to maneuver inside that courtroom, I'm telling you, it makes a hell of a difference.
Okay, so women are getting it 90% of the time. Women get custody 90% of the time because men are just too stupid to maneuver right in the courtroom.
I just told you, they're the ones who go first. You miss a big part of that. You got to start it off right, Bernard.
Wait a minute. Yes, men need to be more proactive.
I'm talking about in the beginning.
Yes, men need to be more proactive. Men need to get out in front of it. Men need to file first. Men need to do all of that. We get all of that 100%. But for it to be slanted that way to where women get the kids 90% of the time, you can't say that wide of a discrepancy is all based off her lawyer was amazing and his lawyer wouldn't shit. Like, no.
Okay, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question here, Bernard. Let me ask you a question.
Time out. I do want to.
And then I'm gonna ask you this major question.
This. You said, okay. You started out saying go for joint physical custody and not 50-50. Okay. That technically made no sense just for the simple fact that I didn't get 50-50 on paper until I got joint physical custody. That basically comes with it. The joint legal custody just mean that you can be involved in the decision making and all that blah 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 blah. But the joint physical custody is basically referring to the kid being physically at your house an equal amount of time. That's basically the same thing. Getting joint physical custody. Okay, so you're telling me you could have joint physical custody, but then still have only like 10% of the overnights. Are you saying that that's the thing?
No, I'm saying it's not the same thing by law. You're trying to say it just by understanding, but I'm telling you how the law looks.
I know, but you're saying a man saying, "Hey, I want joint physical custody of the kid," versus a man saying, "Hey, I want 50-50. Like I went in fighting for 50-50. Once I got 50-50, they just changed it from me just having joint legal custody and not joint physical custody. That they just changed it from me having joint legal and physical custody.
Okay,
that was the only change that they made in there.
In most states in the United States, you cannot have physical custody with a 50-50. You got to have 49-51. That's just the way the courts to look at it, because you can't cut a child in half. So they usually get one parent 51 and the other parent 49. But what I'm trying to tell you, in any cases, and I'm talking about criminal cases, who brings the criminal cases to the court? And let's look at that number. How many criminal cases are brought to the court right now that you will have more people getting off than you would have people going to jail? It's who brings the case there first. And number two, when there's no custody case, excuse me, AR, I know you want to jump
real
in
quick, fantastic.
Wait, let me put this out there. Let me put this out there.
No, hold on, real quick. Fantastic, you asking for the link. I actually already sent you the link. Check your email.
Yeah, me and Fantastic went through the same thing in the court system. He'll tell you when he fired his fucking lawyer, he got more results. So what I'm trying to tell you,
I had to fire a lawyer too. But why don't women have to fire lawyers as much as men?
Because because I'm gonna tell you why. Because they petition the court first. Do you understand? There's two different levels. But no, there's two different levels. Let me tell you why. The DA becomes their lawyer if they kind of subsidy. The DA is the one who comes in there. That's
well. Hold on.
Hey, wait a minute, bro. Wait a minute. Let me land this chopper. I'm running out of gas in a minute. Let me land this goddamn chopper because I don't y'all shit y'all right.
You crash landed 5 minutes ago.
No, I didn't crash. You don't want to hear this. And I'm trying to help young men out. See, this is why young men don't get the real help that they need. Because y'all start listening to these ambulance chaser lawyers that come on these goddamn shows and tell y'all all this bullshit. And I'm telling you the real shit. I took my child off the breast less than 2 years old and got physical custody of my child. So what I'm telling you, if you use these procedures in the courtroom and stop dealing with these damn shyster ass lawyers, bottom feeders, you can get better results.
I got physical custody too. I had to fire a lawyer. I had to get another lawyer. I had to fight for 3 years. I had to spend thousands of dollars. The only thing she had to do is have fucking ovaries. That's
Listen
the
what I
only
just
thing.
said, Bernard. It's because she brought in the
Hold
case, you petitioned the court first. That's what you not understand.
All right.
You become a defender. You become a
All right.
defender if
All
she
right.
petitioned first.
Before
And
we
and
close,
women, I
hold
gotta
on,
get
real
this in
quick.
right here. Just one important thing, Bernard. One
I
important
thought you
thing.
landed this chop off.
No, he said I crashed. I'm gonna land this
He
shit,
crash
LAR.
landed.
But
And
let,
he's
let me
walking the rest of the
let me
way.
get this in. Let me get this. I mean, this is very important. This is very important. I almost forgot about it. All right. Number one, when there's no court order, as well as I know, in all 50 states in the United States, each parent has a right to that child. See, that's the problem. Y'all leave out the goddamn building and leave that child there. Once that child has accumulated history with that one parent, the court takes that very seriously. Not to snatch that child away. When you gonna leave, won't you just take your child with you? You have just as much right to that child when it's an uncut
They could
order.
damn near.
Hold on.
They could hold on. They
Is they
could
gonna
damn
call the
near call
police
that.
on
And
you?
if y'all ain't married, they could practically call that kidnapping.
No, that's
Anyway,
not. Look at the law.
anyway,
Look at the
anyway.
criminal law
All
of
right,
that.
all right, all
Bernard.
right, all right,
So
all right. We're gonna pass it to LAR. Before we pass
Go
it
ahead,
to LAR, the black male delegation would like to propose a trade. We'd like to trade J Speed for Jackie Jack. So we got.
All right, now we got the teams. Now we got the team balanced. Y'all gonna make me a fucking mad this morning.
Now you're part of the sisterhood, JC.
And they got. And we got to steal. Like we owe some future first round draft picks and cash considerations. Like we ain't even this ain't even a fair deal.
It's real.
Guys are fighting for the children.
Right.
Here's the thing. Why since we're on the panel together, I petitioned first.
Amen.
Good.
So
amen.
So that didn't end in the wind. That ended in how dare you? You're a man. You just want. I petitioned in the state of Texas. We had to move go back to his state of birth. And they said,
most certainly you have to.
And the first thing that happened is the judge started cussing me out the minute I walked in the court. And then it looked at the paper. Wait a minute, you petitioned first? You're still a man, goddamn. Listen,
you must know who you were. He must know who you was, LAR.
It was a she.
Whoa, what does that mean?
Bullshit. That was a fucking joke, Bernard. You take everything serious. Get your ass off the egg.
Let that trader who said his cake melted yesterday stay on the team.
Right.
So here's the thing. And I don't mean to sound like a jerk, but just like we do this, the court does this. We approach women as if they're actually good human beings because they had a baby. So they get too much deference. Now, what you said about the kid part, what you left out is if you're not married, which most people who are having these kids aren't married, you have to get possession of the kid after she got out of the hospital from her family and her. See, because the hospital might not let you take the kid home first. They're going to be going with the mom. And that's just kind of a natural thing anyways, because she's supposed to be breastfeeding.
The presumption.
So the possession part is not on your side, even if you petition first, because you can't breastfeed the kid. And you could say, well, I can get a kid infamil, but they're not gonna. There is no equality when it comes to infants. There is no gender equality when it comes to infants. It's a mama's baby because the baby is an infant, and until that baby is at least 27, then that's really your child.
So you take the man's child until he's 27.
Well, y'all can keep saying, y'all can keep LAR. Y'all can keep saying all this shit for a joke, and I'm gonna tell you again. I'm gonna keep telling you this. You say you petition first. That don't mean you had a good lawyer, bro.
Okay, how come when she petitioned
okay,
first,
no. I'm saying a lot because Bernard. Let me tell you that question, Bernard. Because now you're fighting. If the woman is seeking child support and she's already been getting government substance, all right? She got the whole state coming after your ass. You understand? She automatic.
You just
But
defeated
JP,
your argument because you just.
But I'm
you
listen.
said the
No,
state
this
was
is
on
why I
her
say no.
side.
I didn't. I didn't. You didn't. You didn't listen, my brother. And what I'm saying again, if you get the child, you take the child out of the home, or when you get ready to leave, or you don't leave there, the child visiting you, you can go sign up for custody. You don't have to bring that child back until
All
there's a
right.
court order. That's what I'm trying to tell
No,
y'all.
no, no,
Y'all
no.
don't know the
Okay. All right.
loopholes
All
in the
right.
law.
All
That's the
right.
point y'all get messed up at. Because
No, I know
y'all are
what you're
dealing
talking
with
about.
old, antiquated laws that the women was always giving
Antiquated.
rights to the child. But the court system don't see it as that way when you bring it to their attention. Under the
All right.
Constitution, each
But
person
he
Okay.
has
brought
a
it.
right
He
to
Okay.
brought it to
liberty.
their
Okay.
attention. LAR brought it to their attention.
I know,
Yeah,
but
All right.
that don't mean. Listen,
I
what I'm
do.
saying. This is what I'm saying, sister. That don't mean he had a qualifying, what I call a qualifying lawyer. On one lawyer against the whole state. Look how
Why did
you see what I'm
why does
saying.
the
Women.
woman not
so
have to
that
wo-
means
have a
hold on, hold on, hold
qualified?
on.
Women are so good at picking
Because
lawyers.
she's
Woo.
giving
Y'all
birth
That's
got.
right. Let me
to
get.
That's y'all
Let
And
me
the
get.
superpower.
Let me.
presumption is that the
Let me
person
get.
who gives birth, that's just the general presumption, whether you like it or not.
What?
The
Hold on.
person
Wait. Go back. Hold on. Wait. And that. Hold
Hold
on. And that
on.
just. Hold on. Go back. Say that again. And that.
say what again?
Whatever you just said.
I'm
They
saying
said
what?
in the accent.
No, I
Go ahead.
said what? Is that how I sound?
I
Um,
love how you sound.
Okay.
I'm flirting.
That's
You
how
was
you
Go
have
already.
ahead,
so
get
many
it out.
kids, so
You
you can
all.
be in
You.
court
You
with
was.
him in a
I'm
minute.
saying that the
You was
presumption,
already simping before, but damn. All right. Go ahead. Go ahead. And
the general presumption in law, Jackie, is that the person, the woman, just by virtue of being the one that birthed the child, the presumption is that she comes first, like she's first in line
then.
to actually have custody of the baby.
Then
It's an
don't
Yeah.
make.
unfair,
Then.
it's,
Then.
wait, let
Then
me
don't.
land, let me land.
Then
It's an
don't.
unfair presumption, but that is the presumption of the court. So
I
now
know.
the court now requires the man to file to show that there are other reasons why they shouldn't stick with that presumption. That's the law.
Okay,
Let
so
me
what you
ask. Let me
basically
say.
just explained, she
Yeah.
walked in innocent, he walked in guilty.
can I
No,
hop in here real quick?
it's not
I
about
bet.
guilty. She
Give me
walked
No,
1 second,
she
fantastic.
she
entitled,
walked in
entitled
innocent.
to
She
custody.
hold on, real quick. She walked in innocent of being a good parent. He walked in guilty of
No,
being
he
a bad parent until he she's innocent. She's innocent of being a good parent until proven guilty. He's
yeah,
guilty
yeah.
until he gotta walk in and prove himself innocent.
He's
So
not
basically, he
guilty.
already walked through the door
Oh,
committing a
Bernard,
crime.
you're playing with words.
Yes.
He's not
No,
guilty
I'm
of
using.
anything.
No, if you're
He's
saying
just
that
got
he
there
don't
and
have, if
disproved
you're
the
saying he doesn't
presumption.
have, if you're saying he doesn't have equal footing and he has to prove
At
that he's
the
on the
first
level that she
step,
walked in with, that she just
Bernard,
got by Fiat, then yes,
Bernard,
hold on, wait a minute. All I'm saying is that you're conceding that he is at disadvantage. So then don't, in the previous breath, like you said, then
he's not.
men need to quit leaving and quit abandoning and go
No,
fight
no,
for your
no.
children. But
Right.
This
you're
man is
admitting that it's
Right.
an L from the start. But hold
you
on,
can
we
Let
gotta
me add. Let me add this
we
one
you
gotta
didn't
thing.
go.
even let me
Let
finish
me
because
get
you
this.
just
Let me add
twisted
this one
everything I
thing.
said.
Hold on. Let me
No,
just
no,
add this one thing,
LAR, he's just
please.
twisted what I said.
Uh,
Most
Let me
certainly
Because
he did.
answer that.
because
He did
because it
twist
winds
it,
up
right?
because
He
in a
twisted
man's
what I said,
practical
right?
in men's practical application, that's actually how it works. But I'm saying that to say this. What you and Jay Speed said, I'm gonna kind of mash together what Bernard just said. Okay, all the attorney, the state is against the father. All the attorneys on both sides, all the attorneys in the state work for the state. So how
Exactly.
is it that if they all work for the state, you're the only one on the bad side of the deal on a normal basis?
The state doesn't know
There's a
you.
difference working for the state and an officer of the court, LAR. You're tricking
They
shit.
don't
You
know you.
don't try to trick
They
shit in front of me,
don't
bro.
know
All right,
you.
we're
I'll
gonna
forget
go
more
to
shit than you will ever know, brother.
Let
Don't
me
try to put some tricky shit in there and talking
Don't
about
know
all.
you.
we're
No,
gonna
an
go to
officer of the court and working for the state is two different things.
no.
all right, we're gonna go to Fantastic. Go ahead,
Don't
Fantastic.
try to put that
Welcome
tricky
back.
shit in
Hold
there
on, welcome.
Hey,
Let me
to
let me
make
do
your
It
let me
wasn't
do
point.
tricky. It wasn't tricky. It wasn't tricky.
a formal
Yes, it
welcoming
was.
back. Let me
I ain't
do.
all the way
You,
back.
Everybody
you
be cool.
wait, B.
Everybody
You
be
learned from a white
cool.
man with one teeth. It wasn't tricky.
But I'm just saying, I learned from him till I got old enough to find somebody who had 32 goddamn teeth in the mouth, and they were very well.
All right. Let me do a formal welcoming back to Mr. Fantastic, who was
Yeah.
I don't want to say lost at sea, but was out at sea, if I understand it right.
I gotta go back, man. I ain't officially back yet. I'm
Hey,
just back for a little
damn,
bit.
man, I thought you was back for good.
Okay,
No,
all
no,
right.
no. I
Well,
ain't
either
back for
way,
good for a little bit. Yeah.
glad to have
Welcome
you
back.
stopping through. Glad to have
I
you
appreciate
stopping
you.
through. Then go ahead. You got the mic.
But yeah, man, I appreciate you, Bernard. Shout out to everybody on the panel. So now you guys are kind of like missing each other, and there's certain things that coincide. Um, like the LAR is completely totally right, and Bernard, you too. The state is against the man, okay, and not just the state. Even your lawyer that's representing you is against you too, because they're trying to get the best situation. Like what Jay Speed said, the lawyer just want to get paid. So the lawyer is willing to stretch this out and let you fight and fight and fight, and try to tread water. You know what I'm saying? Pretty much until you can't pay him any more money. Then he'll finally make a deal that's in the best interest of himself and whatever the state's trying to get out of you. Where a lot of people mess up, like J Speed said, man, bro, represent yourself. It's not that hard, okay? I never had a lawyer. I didn't have to fire a lawyer because I filed a case for myself and I represented myself. Where brothers mess up is, and the reason why the state gets involved, because, like you said, once she files child support, the state is automatically going to represent her because the state wants to get that money back that she's filing for whatever, whether she's on food stamps or whatever or whatnot, what have you, right? So that's why she had the backing of the state. Even in my just recent divorce, me and my ex agreed to, hey, it's not going to be no child support. We're going to take care of everything, just amongst ourselves. And she said, I wasn't there to hear it because I was on the boat. And she said the judge asked her, so you really don't want child support? So it's not even just that. And there's no state funds or anything involved here because neither one of us qualify for child support. So the court is biased to the point of where the court wants and needs the women to put the men on child support. Why? I keep telling y'all, people forget. Nowadays, you don't just pay child support for the most part for the most states. You don't just directly pay the money to the woman anymore. You have to use the state depository. The state depository is what? A bank account. What do all bank accounts do? They accrue interest. Okay. Child support is $1 billion industry, bro. $1 billion industry. So this is how and why there's little to no regulation. People talking about, oh, you just put the money in the card and make sure she's spending the money on the baby and she's not getting her hair and nails done. That shit'll never happen, bro. Because we know what would that do? That would be, misuse of funds, misappropriation of funds. And then now the state has to take her off child support or reduce her child support, therefore what? Reducing their own bag. So it's a lot of stuff here about self-interest and just money, man. Like I said, money is the root of all evil. You know what I'm saying? That's why it is. And most people don't know what they need to do in order to get the thing. The things y'all talking about physical custody is really not, you can't have dual physical custody. You have a custodial parent, and then you have 9 times out of 10, you know what I'm saying, the person that gets the overnights, like you saying, Bernard. So some people say,
hold on, wait. It's joint physical custody. That's what it's called. That's what I have.
Well, it depends on what state you're in. What state you up north? What state you're in?
I'm in Michigan, so I got
yeah.
So
they don't have law there.
So that's what I'm saying. It all depends, and it's similar, but not the same depending on where you go. But the most important thing, like you said, is to fight for. Like I agree with Jay Speed on this. Fight for custody. You want to be the custodial parent or the person with the lion's share, and then just like you go into a job interview and you know what I'm saying, you negotiate your contract, you negotiate your salary. You always shoot above and then get it cut down. Most dudes don't do that. They're just trying to, you know what I'm saying, make it to the middle. If it went, and like you said, you're never gonna. There's literally cases, bro. I've seen this personally, and my ex used to be a social worker. Women have literally went to jail. Women have literally had children killed in their own children killed in their custody, or their kids have killed somebody or whatever, just neglect and all this stuff. You know what happened to her? Nothing. She had to do a parenting class. She had to do some bullshit or whatever to monitored child with her own children, and the kids always come back to her, bro. Unless she's just all done. Even women have gone to prison. And I'm pretty sure brothers in the chat or whoever can have experiences too, seen it or experienced themselves. Women that go to prison, bro, as soon as they get out, the state will give that child back to her. Why? Because she generates income for the state through child support. So this thing we're talking about, and it's a wonderful thing. I don't know if you guys have brought up the bill they signed down here in Florida yet. The Fathers Initiative and whatnot, what have you. You more men need to get involved in this and need to start pushing this, especially for your politicians and things, to where it is more fair. Because black people, especially, more importantly, black boys are suffering the most from fathers not being involved. So it's not even just a child support thing, you know what I'm saying, and the money or whatever, but the quality of your child's life, not just your child's childhood, because we know when a father's involved, they do better in school, less likely to end up in the criminal justice system, all these different things, you know. So we just gotta keep pushing because it is happening. It's happening slowly but surely, but more stuff needs to happen to where men have more rights because, you know, even when you know, of course, the best situation is 2-parent household, but you know, when that's not a reality. We got to get out of this thing and talk about, you know, 2-parent household, 2-parent household, 2-parent household when it's just not a reality anymore. We got to start getting up to where we are now. But the best situation out of a reality now is going to be the father. The father being, like, you know what I'm saying, the main person with custody of the child, and all the numbers support that, you know, that proof throughout, you know what I'm saying, throughout everything.
So
And to
I want
stay
to point out
involved,
I want to point out
stay involved.
that I was watching with the volume off, and Jay Speed is stringent. He's stringent in his mannerisms. He's stringent. I didn't know what he was saying, but he said it with great passion. He was moving his hands, and you know, the expressions on his face. It was potent. Whatever he was saying. And
I want fathers to get their fair share and be better and being proactive. That's what I want.
that's what you were saying, okay? Because you were saying you
Yes.
were passionate when you said it. It
Yes.
was stringent. But secondly, yeah, I understand that it's not commonplace for 2-parent households. I mean, I do think that people should value it more. I don't think that society should just lay down and say, you know, oh well, it's not commonplace, so everybody should co-parent or whatnot. I mean, I don't want people to normalize what shouldn't be normal. Even though it is,
You
you
don't
should
want them
realize it.
normalizing the
Reality,
Zoom
yeah,
the Zoom meeting dad,
but that,
the
but that's the
Skype.
reality, though. That's
Nobody,
what I'm saying.
nobody is not. You see
No,
the way
no,
he
no,
spoke
no.
to
But I
MJ.
mean, but
You see
hold on,
where
hold
he
on, right quick.
spoke
Hold
to
on, hold on,
the
right
other
quick. Hold
guy
on, right quick.
nicely, and he
Hold on, right
screamed
quick,
at
Annette,
me.
please, if I can address fantastic. I mean,
You see the way he
are
screamed at me when I
so
said the
so
same
is the
thing.
vaccine and face masks. I mean, but you don't just do stuff because, and this is you. You don't just do stuff because that's what everybody else is doing. You know, I don't want it to. I don't want us to continue to perpetuate a culture of depravity just because. And I'm not saying that you're depraved if you find yourself in this situation. I'm saying that, you know, typically just don't normalize it. You know.
Yes, but it's not normalizing when again that's what all the trends and statistics telling you that's what's going to happen. That's what you're trying to jump over. This isn't really a decision thing. The vaccine and the mask thing, that's something you can determine. Hey, I'm not going to participate in
A
this.
person can determine if they want divorce. Fantastic.
Well, you really no, you can't. What are you talking about? It's a two-person thing. You can't control
No,
somebody.
that's what I mean. I'm talking about both persons. Both
Well, that's what
persons
I'm
can.
saying. So now you're trying to you're
Well,
trying to make people. So you're gonna make someone stay in an unhealthy relationship. That's just as bad, bro. That's even worse. It's
Well,
just
I would
going
like to
the other
make
way.
people have healthy relationships if I could.
Well, then
yeah.
again,
I
you're not
mean,
you're not operating in reality. Then
so
But
I guess
I think if anything, it's all about
so
prevention before that,
yeah,
before it
exactly. I
gets to
mean,
that.
okay.
But
because
So
ultimately,
so
exactly.
nuclear
break it
family
down
is
for me
usually the best
again.
to thrive.
Again, how many people on the panel been married?
I have.
Okay,
I
who else?
have
Who else been married?
twice.
Oh, okay, twice. All right. So how long is a lifetime?
How long is a lifetime?
Yeah.
It's
As soon
different
as you
for
can get
everyone.
away from her ass, she
All right,
bad.
exactly. So let me help you out with this. You know what I'm saying? Forever never seems that long until you're grown. Okay, it was this famous rap group that says this: forever, forever, ever, forever, from death to life. It's easy for a person to say, "Oh, just make it work, just make it work, just make it work." This isn't our grandparents' time. This is our great grandparents' time.
That's not
What we're
my
trying to
business.
do, man, is force old shit that don't work to keep working now. Okay?
I know, yeah, I know. I
So
hear you.
you're
Hold on, wait,
saying
real
you're
quick,
saying
real quick. I hear you. I hear you. Fantastic. But the alternative, okay, the alternative ends up turning into sort of like the part in the Black Lives Matter things they believe section that they took down when the Black Manosphere started criticizing it, where they basically was talking about communal families,
Well, no,
like
that's
like
not the alternative. But
that
Breaking
that's
news, breaking
that's
news,
that's
breaking news.
that's
Wait a minute,
the
Bernard.
alternative.
Breaking news, Bernard. Breaking news. Uh,
What your bad hip got
you
put
no, no,
back in
no.
place?
Breaking news, Bernard.
Your your
We getting
bunion
here.
got.
We getting Van Tass our first draft choice. He come down on our team. ship him on down here.
No.
Balance it out.
We ain't about to trade him
not
yet.
that. Hey, I'll force a trade.
Fantastic. Listen. Fantastic. I think he's still currently going through a divorce. He's very
No, I'm done. My divorce is over with.
Okay, cool.
Legally, my shit is clear.
This is
whatever.
This is. I mean, I'm not saying that he's not going to hold his position that he has right now for the rest of his life, but fresh out of a divorce, yeah, he's on. He got some. He don't claim MGTOW, but you got that MGTOW energy. Like fuck these hoes.
Me and my ex ended up on, like I said, great terms, bro. I didn't have to pay no child support. I ain't got no crazy shit going on. Everything is cool. You know what I'm saying? Whenever I want access to my son, I get access to my son. You know, and hey, it is what it is, right? But what I'm saying is, the society is shifting, bro. Okay, this is literally like going from.
But where is it shifting? All right, see, that's a whole nother show. I do feel where you're going. It is shifting where I would like it to be, where Game Changer would like to be, where a lot of people would like it to be. It's hopeless. It does seem like it's not going to get back there.
It's not.
It's like basically like when the boomers and especially Gen X start dying off. That whole new generation is going to turn into basically no more families and just some weird communal thing where basically
you interrupting the host.
Yeah, where basically is if things keep trending the way that it's trending, the best thing that we can hope for is laws being in place to say, all right, we understand men and women not going to be together like they used to be, but the kids should be 50-50, 1 week on with the man, 1 week on with the woman. If it go that way, that will be like I think that would be a shitty consolation prize, but that would be better than just the disorderly chaos that's going on right now.
Well, all the numbers and trend, like you said, the only thing saving marriage numbers right now are the boomers and are like people our parents' age. After they're gone, bro, you're gonna see the truth. The truth just hasn't been revealed yet. I mean, you can just make the comparison of that to like the ongoing pretty much recession we've been in since 2008. Okay, you've been able to make it look like everything was good, but you never really got out of a bad situation. So what's helping the marriage numbers is the old people that haven't died off yet that's still married. The society is not being even taught to believe in marriage or get with it. And look at this now. Perfect example, the topic. You have a billionaire woman, right? And a young guy that's wealthy himself. They didn't get married. They were just together. And she decided as a billionaire to let this man get her pregnant. Okay? She don't need no child support. She's a billionaire. You know, so this is what this is the message that's being sent to all women in the world. This is a message that's being sent to just people in general.
Not all women, to people, exactly. Stop putting it on women. It's been sent to everybody.
To people. Male and female. The public.
I mean, y'all don't want to get pregnant and saying y'all don't need a man. It's being sent to y'all.
No, it's not.
Feminism. This is definitely being sent to women. This is definitely a woman empowerment thing. That men don't benefit none from this. This is a woman thing. This is going to be an ultimate thing for, hey, she don't need no man. She's the independent woman. She's the ultimate, example of all those different things. So that's what I'm saying, man. I mean, we can keep talking about, 2-parent households and families and all this other stuff, but bro, you're just holding on to a dead dream, bro. It's just over with. You just gotta adapt. Men adapt, okay?
I think
it's not a dead dream.
I think we are adapting. We are adapting, but on one hand, there's one thing to adapt. There's another thing to properly point out the problem. And that's where I'm at. I'm about properly pointing out the problem. Like Annette just recently, and he said I yelled at you. I don't think I yelled at you. But anyway. She said,
Game Changer yelled at me, not you.
Okay.
Yell at you.
Okay, Game Changer don't never yell at you. I don't know what you're talking about. But no. Annette came with a lot of that. These dudes abandoning family. These dudes ain't this. These dudes. She came with a lot of that. Hold on. She came. I know. Okay, I was about to say you came with a lot of that energy. And see, my thing is I want to rightfully speak to what it actually is, and yes, society is moving in that direction. So yes, women have been sold that dream that they don't need a man and the whole works. and
Hey,
that's
Bernard,
a
Bernard,
big contributing.
Well, I mean,
That's a big contributing factor to how the problem is the way the problem is. Go ahead,
ask
GC.
real
I do
quick,
want to
and I'm about
transition.
well,
to
let me say this. Let me say this. You know,
You didn't even let me land my point.
Yeah,
You
can I just
switch
land this point
everywhere.
real
You
quick?
said
please?
so many things, game changer. and you've
I
not
I just got back from a meeting. I
I
haven't said anything for quite some time, but I do want to
That
say
is true.
this.
Get all the
Society
way in
is
the camera, young lady.
society is
Get it all the way in the
No,
camera. You half of your face is in the camera. I want to see all of it.
no,
he said
no,
you
yeah, yeah.
he said you wear a size 8 fitted.
I want to see all
All
of
right.
it.
Go ahead, GC. Go ahead, game changer.
No. My point is that just
Is
because
that what they call shooting your shot?
Oh, I shot it a long time ago. You just missed it. Thought it was a blank.
He pulled up from half court.
Yeah, I pulled up from half court. I did one of them Dale Curry shots and I made it too.
he did a damn sky hook from half court.
Yeah. Hey, don't you have your husband call me from no damn Nigeria cussing me out, neither.
He hit the top corner of the backboard on that motherfucker. But anyway, all right, go ahead, game changer.
Okay, so
Bill Cartwright.
no, society is always going to go in directions that benefits the people at top. In this case, that Fantastic was talking about with the divorce courts, the state benefits from the child support system, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So people are going to push trends and agenda all the time. It's a very defeatist attitude for us. Okay, there's one trend and agenda that's very obvious that society is pushing, and that is the LGBT agenda. So they're pushing this agenda and society is going in that direction. But guess what? I'm not going to suck a dick. So no matter what.
I told you that was going to come up again.
No, because we're not talking about mine if I'm the one that's not going to suck it, are we?
That just is worse. You talking about somebody else.
Talking about mine. Anyway, just because.
Oh, there's Kevin Samuels. Oh my God.
My
I
bad,
thought it was on the show. You scared me.
No.
I thought it was on the panel.
What you thought happened?
I thought Kevin Samuels just came on the panel. I almost fainted.
She got all Moors and everything.
Why'd you faint?
I was gonna run away.
Why? Because you made all them videos talking shit about him.
Yeah.
Well,
Can
I say this and bounce off?
Go ahead, Fantastic.
I'm saying it. I see a couple people saying game changer may think is this, and people in the chat are saying it's defeatist. Okay, so if it's defeatist, what are you telling? So it's a catch-22. Are you going to tell men in 2022 to get married, right? In the same system that ends up with them when they're married, they're going to lose even more, because now you're guaranteed to not only lose that, you have more liability, because it's not just child support. You have to provide insurance. You have to provide a whole lot more things. And again, a lot of people don't know a lot about this stuff, bro, especially if you don't have children, you've never been married, okay? Now, I'm not saying it disqualifies you completely, but if you've never represented yourself in a court case, be it custody or child support, you just speculate. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. That's respectful, okay? So a lot of these people, again, what is your alternative, okay? Because if we're going to have children, which you have to have children, not only is a biological imperative, but in order for society to go forward and move forward, you have to have children, right? And they're already talking about a reproductive rate being too low, all right? So am I saying you just be irresponsible and go out here and, eat and everything like Lil Jon? No, of course not. But things happen. Relationships don't last. And if society's making it up to where relationships are not going to last, okay? Whether it be just long-term or even marriages. So the thing is this. Am I saying that you shouldn't be in a two-parent household or whatever? No, of course not. Ideally, it is. Ideally, I'd be rich with a big booty bitch, okay? But hey, that's not the reality. You have to adjust, all right? So I can get the big booty bitch, but I ain't at the rich part yet, okay? So the whole thing is this, man. We got to stop acting like we're going to go back to the 70s or the 60s or wherever else, where we're going to be two picket fences and a dog, okay? Picket fence and two kids.
Fantastic. I guess my problem. Hold on, real quick. I guess. Hold on, real quick. I guess my problem with you, like, this ain't the show where I just had Kevin Samuels up, but this ain't the show where we advocate for men to go get married after 6 months of knowing a woman.
But
so it's like you coming at us with energy, like we're saying go wipe up a chick like that.
No,
like,
but you're saying, hold on. We're talking about
Yeah, we was talking about child support. We was talking about the breakdown of family, and we are talking about how all these ideologies and things that you talking about that you agree with and I agree with that we argue on the same side of. That's the reason for the breakdown.
Yeah,
Until those
but
things
still,
change, things will never be not broken down. So it's like we agreeing. So I guess I'm not understanding where the disagreement is at. I know there
well,
are some people.
DC in the chat, people in the chat and GC are saying I have a defeatist attitude because I'm saying marriage is just not a reality anymore. You
It
guys,
is a reality.
it's not.
Just if yours didn't work,
Yeah,
does not
so let me
work.
explain also.
That is
Whenever the
defeatist.
chat, yeah, the chat is saying that you have a defeated mindset, meaning like you feel like we're already lost, like there is no hope whatsoever. But actually, what we're trying to say, and this is actually part of the reason why I love this panel, we're trying to restructure the culture because the culture, we have too many options. We have been led astray. Everybody has unless you have knowledge and you know what to do with that, that's only when it becomes potential power. You said that root is money, what is it called, money is root to all evil, but actually I have
but
to
yeah, the
say
love, my
poverty
bad, the
is
love
the
of money.
root
If
of
I
all
said money, it's the
evil,
love of money.
because the more, if you don't know, ignorance, what is it called, ignorant is not bliss. So you have to actually be your own advocator. What kind of a structure do you want? So you be that and then go out and actually look for that. But whenever it comes to the system and being married in especially in America, it's going to be a little bit harder. It's totally different. It's not the man is going to be on the losing side. Even sometimes even the woman is going to be on the losing side, depending on what type of dynamic, what kind of person they marry whatsoever. Even as now I'm hearing and learning about even the court system, how men are always going to be on the losing side versus the female, even if the females are not even equipped to even take care of a child. So now it's like, what kind of change can we make within ourselves? Actually, all the changes just starts with us. Like, what kind of family are we trying to have? That's why it's really hard to find top 1% woman, top 1% man type of thing. Like,
But
because
the
now
men are
we
already
just
doing
have too
it.
many
But
things.
but the men, that's what I'm saying. The men are already doing it. The men are the people that are still
Correct.
trying to get married. So this what I'm saying. The men are keeping up their end in the bargain, but still losing. So that's what I'm saying. If you're going to say
But the question
we
now
want,
becomes, how do you
How
not
is the
lose?
man keeping his end
Because
of the
it's
bargain
all
and
about the
still
battles you're
losing?
picking and how the game, what knowing your rules. That's how you win a game. You have to know the rules. If you're dealing with females, what kind of females are you dealing with? That's why, like
you
I've
never
been
know.
spending.
You never know.
That's the thing. You have to know. So you got to
You
figure
no,
out who you're
Yeah,
that's
he's
dealing
you're
with.
saying you
missing my
never
point.
know.
No, that's
Yeah,
what
but
that's
I
what you're missing.
understand.
You never know. A female at
Yeah,
year 1 is not
only
the
time
same
will tell.
female at year 5. Is not the same
Correct.
female at year 10 or year 20. Black
Are
women.
you the
Hold
same?
on. Hold
Are
on.
you
Hold on.
the
Hold on.
same?
Just real quick. Let me say this. And again, I can support this with stats. Black women have the highest divorce rates at, I think it's somewhere around 50, Bernard, at like age 50 or something. Black women have the highest divorce rates. So what they're doing is, I remember before I left, we was talking about the whole Dale Curry, Steph Curry's mom. I don't remember his mom's name, but you know her. That situation. That's a
Wow.
stat for that. Black women have the highest number of even longer divorces. So they'll wait out till the kids, get out the house or whatever,
Yeah,
and it's empty nest,
some
and
people
now
do
they
that.
want to be hot girl summer all over again. So if we're gonna have the conversation, I support everything I'm saying with stats and data. Okay, I'm not just talking. These ain't my
No,
emotions. I'm
which
not
I
just talking
totally
emotions and
understand.
feels.
Yeah, and now
I
it becomes a little
disagree, but
harder
I'm
on
not going to
us
even
because
bother trying to. I
yeah,
disagree, but you're so fat, you're so deep and entrenched into your ignorance and your ideology.
Damn.
It's impossible.
I just told you everything I say can be supported with stats
Talking.
and data.
You don't even wait for other people to put their own thing. You just keep. That doesn't mean you're right.
The
Okay.
stats say I'm right.
Okay. No, the
Well,
stats doesn't show that you're
looking
right.
at statistics is one thing, and reported statistics is one thing, and then actually looking at reality of another thing that's not reported, it's also another thing.
What
because
you're not saying is that this is the manosphere and this is the internet. But I'm telling you, if you go out on your street, you would see black couples everywhere.
go
That's
explore.
anecdotal.
My neighborhood is filled with them.
Doing life together. They're black American couples out there married to each other and they're fine. Okay, so
They're
they're
the
not.
minority
I,
of the
I think hold on
population.
real quick. I think the disconnect in this conversation, all the very bleak stats that Fantastic is talking about. I mean, that's the stuff I talk about on my channel. I understand that it statistically is looking bad, but it's still nothing wrong with advocating for what makes sense. So that's where I'm at with it. But we're in a rock and a hard. Okay, we're in a rock and a hard place. Okay.
One last point.
Well, hold on, wait, real quick. Hold on. We're in a rock and a hard place because when you in no way, shape, or form can say, given the current laws, given the way modern women are, yeah, we need more families. Men go start families with these modern women and these modern laws, and then end up being asked out. Okay, we can't say that. But at the same time, but hold on. But at the same time, we can't say, okay, no families, no marriage. People still gonna be fucking, which means more kids gonna be born out of wedlock, which means they're gonna be raised by single mothers, which means they're gonna grow up statistically fucked up and gonna further perpetuate the problem that we're seeing. So it's no right answer. Like that's the crux of it.
Can I make
there's no hold on real quick. I'm just saying the way to fix the big problem is hard, but I think what Fantastic is talking about is more from just an individual, like in a boxing ring, protect yourself at all times type of deal. That's what Fantastic is on, and I understand completely.
Bernard, and that's what I'm trying. Bernard, I'm basically saying you can say this is what we should do, but hey, everything changes once you get punched in the mouth, bro. Okay, you can have a game plan, you can have an ultimate goal, but you have to adjust to reality of what it is. Now, am I saying this again? I'm not saying be irresponsible. Never been saying that. But if we're talking about this whole, family thing or whatnot, what have you, well, you're gonna have to get society to buy into that first. And even still, then when you have these two, because we look at the stats, we notice black men are still the most involved fathers. Okay, we had to transcend that lie. So even in this case, we're still as fathers being more involved and doing more than any other demographic. The thing is this, that's why I say we're living up to our end of the bargain, even if stuff don't work out, whether it be marriage or relationship or whatever. My thing is, you guys just saying this 2-parent household thing or this family, that's just not the reality of where it is. And not because of the men, it's because the women are being told they can, hey, it's fun out here.
All the women's fault.
Yeah,
I'm not even saying it's women's fault. This is what I'm telling you. Women. You keep responding like emotionally when again it's everything can support what I'm saying. Not only even the stats, these are like women's opinions. They're taking polls and women are saying this. Okay, women want to be single. Women want to have children later. That too. Look at the trend of that's why we're having the issue with the reproduction rate, because women are focusing on their careers for 10 some years, school and careers, and now they're having children much later in their 30s. That's why we're having much later kids. So you know what I mean? It's very, very complex. I'm not just saying, hey man, hey, don't. I'm not that at all. Y'all know I love some peace leaves, as they say, man. I want to, saying what's up. So I'll never be on that. I'm never gonna go the way of where ain't no ass, no fat ass and big titties and
you see, when you're talking about women, you reduce them to fat asses and big titties, and you wonder why you can't get on with women.
Ma'am, believe me.
All right.
If I was 40 years older, you'll be got. But listen, what I'm saying. This is what I'm trying to
hold on, Fantastic. What you say? Hold on.
If I'm 40 years older, she'll be in the bag. So listen, okay.
If you was 40 years older.
If I was 40 years older, you know what I'm saying?
Have to hold on. So I think you're 38. You had to be 78 to get up on that.
Yeah. Then she might qualify.
Damn, Fantastic! You gonna make me have to prove my love.
Now, you're gonna
I'm just joking with you. I remember when you first came up here.
I didn't hear you. You said it too fast. Say it slowly.
You missed it. The chat. Just get it on the replay. It's all right, but don't worry about it. I wasn't trying to offend you. I joke like that. I'm not trying to be offensive. But the whole you did try to be offensive to me, saying like I got a problem with women. I mean, BABG, we don't never do that. You know what I'm saying? That's against my.
I wasn't being offensive, but you guys have not even let me make my point.
All right, go ahead and make your point, and then we're gonna transition into the.
I gotta go get some food, bro. Appreciate you.
All right, thanks, Fantastic.
Hey, Fantastic, good to see you, man. Peace, love, and always strive for the truth.
All right.
Now he's gone.
All right.
Annette, okay. He was here on your chat.
I'll let you, Annette. I'll let you go ahead and make your point while he's not here, and just and go ahead and talk all the shit you want about him, and then he can't respond. So go ahead.
Yeah, so the point I was going to make is he's saying that the women are the ones that are divorcing, the women are the ones that are taking up all the children, the women are the ones this, the women are the ones that, and because of that, is almost implying that men shouldn't bother anymore. And all I'm saying is you can't put everything on a woman. The fair thing to do is put it equal accountability on the man and the woman. Because until men learn how to get on with women and women learn how to get on with men and both take equal accountability in making the relationship work, this problem is going to continue forever.
Yeah, but
Okay,
the
can I
laws
ask
the
one fair,
laws
let
don't
me ask a
agree with
fair
what you're
question.
saying.
Let me ask a fair question. If you want fairness and equality, how can you get that when one group is doing something past equal?
So
You're asking for people you're asking for two
Yeah, you're
groups of
right, Brenda.
people.
You the
When
one.
you put them together and it's like an 80-20 thing, these two people still need to work 50-50.
So when I'm on my channel and I'm talking to women, I talk about how to be a good wife. I talk about how to do this, how to do that, how to get on with men. I'm doing my part. What men like you who like relationships, because you won't be having babies if you didn't like relationship, is to actually be looking at what can we do as men as well to make sure that the relationship work and put that message out instead of just constantly be blaming people, blaming women as like, it's the women, it's the women. It's almost like my hands are tied. It's the women, I can't do it. It's almost like you're disempowering the men. Like you're saying,
That's
oh,
not
men do
that's
anything.
not what
People,
that's not what's being said.
That's what
What's
it
being
feels like.
No, what's being said is women don't have incentive to keep it equal because they have an advantage. They get power because it's not equal. There's no incentive to keep it balanced. That's
how about
it's not really blaming it on the women. It's just they don't have an incentive to keep it balanced. That's what it
how
is.
about how about we make this a little bit different? I believe you're in the UK, right? And
Yeah.
most of us are in America.
And
And
I have
black
all
people,
my neighbors are
okay,
married.
no problem. Sometimes black people talk about racism from time to time and how there is no incentive for white people to change it because they're benefiting from it. That is the same premise with women, how they're operating with men. Since there's no incentive to make it because they don't really want the equality, it continues.
They don't want families. What you're saying is women don't want families anymore. I disagree.
No,
Women do
just
want
because
families.
yes,
They want the
and-
man to treat them well. But in the
no,
manosphere,
They want it on their terms.
they
there you
want
go.
Conditional.
when a man
Everything has become
when
conditional
a
with these
man
women.
treats a woman well, he is laughed at. He is called a simp. He is
Oh,
called
that's some bull.
true. So they're not
you've
even
never
praying
considered
for
something,
men for treating
ma'am.
their wives well.
You've
And
never
you
considered the
like
modern day
women
woman considers herself and her kids as a family.
Correct.
yeah.
And their
And
mama.
men
So
who are single
that's a family to her.
don't
That
forget there are a
that
lot
does
of
not
single
include
fathers.
a
They
man.
consider themselves
A
a
man.
family too.
The government
No.
is their man. Their job is their man.
There are a lot
Everything
there are
else
a lot of
except a
single
man is
father
their
men.
man.
There are a lot of single fathers who call themselves and their children family. That's what parents do. That's got nothing to do.
No,
Me and
this is
Game
not.
Changer. Hold on, me and Game Changer did a stream. This was probably about 6 months ago, of some chick saying something. It went kind of viral, and she got a lot of support from women. Where she basically was saying like, it don't matter if you got 4 kids, 5 kids, however many kids you got. If for whatever reason, if you ain't happy, you can leave. Go and be happy. Your kids deserve to see you happy. Blended families are beautiful. Families come in all different forms, shapes, and sizes. It's 2021. I think at the time it was, it's 2021. We could do whatever we want to do, and and a family is a family, however it's constructed. And basically, just don't let any modern any old concepts that it must be a man there um determine your decision making. So it's the
I
mere
didn't
fact.
see this video and I can't tell in what context, but there are times, as the other guy said, where relationships do have to end if there's other things involved that you can't cope with. It shouldn't be taken lightly. I was going to do a stream today about a lady who was extinguished, and her husband had been like, it's in Africa though, not in America, but a well-known singer, and she had been in the DV situation for 30 years and she never left and then she got extinguished. So there are times, I don't know the context of this lady you're talking about, but there are times when women need to work out. There are times when men need to work out.
Yeah,
But
but
the difference
when
is
the
when
But
men
they're
walkout
vote,
already
is
men
walking out
vote
and
promoted
it's
and
and
very
women vote.
when
specific.
the walkout is promoted and celebrated and high fived and you go girl and all that,
Well, I
then
don't know about that.
it's bigger than just there's time. I mean, there is a time to leave. I get it, but I think we operate on some different. I do want to transition into something else. I do want to
Just before you
transition.
do, Bernard, I just
Oh
want Brenda to
shit!
know there's a great chance that we can set a great example, me and you, Brenda, how it should be done.
Facts.
What?
Oh my
Because I've
God,
been
he's
taking care.
moved on to a
No, it's
different
true.
You
It's true.
already married.
What?
It's true.
He's already moved on to a different
God
woman.
damn!
She's gonna
She's
get
already married, Bernard.
We've only been
She
Naked
she
truth, you already married. I don't want your husband screaming at me.
we've only been here
Jesus.
Look,
2
you,
No,
you,
I,
you
I
want me to get into an entanglement?
Did
I don't want to be in
did
an
this
entanglement.
I
did
do
this
not.
old Negro just throw all this back pulling up from full court? Like you
Look,
just
I'm telling you again, Bernard go try. He dirty macking. Brenda, don't
I ain't
believe
dirty.
none of that.
Okay, I ain't go dirty Mac. I ain't go dirty.
Hey,
I'm
Brandon,
not dirty
Brandon,
macking.
no.
But you
Brandon.
Actually,
you
it's
you are
funny.
you
His
are pulling
name,
up from the parking lot shooting
Uh-huh.
your shot. You ain't even in the arena yet. You just
Yeah,
his
I'm the
name is
ball field man. I'm in the ball
Yes.
field. I know what's going on.
this whole show. He been OG J Future. The
Yeah.
whole show.
oh gee.
No,
All
it's
right, yeah. I want to
it's funny, but
segue
those
into the
comments.
other top. Hold on, wait,
I've
real
always
quick.
been, yeah. Whenever I was a CNA, I had so many marriage proposal by, you know, either their fathers, daughters are asking
Relative,
me if I have a husband
relatives.
because of how I'm taking care of their father. So it's just I've had so many
Yeah.
marriage proposals from old people.
Yeah.
But
Don't say
working
old
with that,
people
I'm not
just
going to take
yet.
the.
old people.
Don't say
Okay,
old people
not
just yet.
Now, that's a
I,
little
very
hey,
young.
look.
Okay,
Hey,
Like,
look.
hold
It's been.
on
I'm
now.
talking about 80 and
Don't
up.
say old
Okay,
people
I'm speaking
just
of
yet, Brenda,
80
because
and
there's
up.
been a lot of young men
like
who
it
ask
yet.
me why did I qualify myself with their ex girlfriend.
Hmm.
Mm.
No,
All we want
it
to
was.
know is
I
do you
do
have
believe it was
money,
old
though?
as
Do
gold
you
type of
have
thing, but
money?
It
Because
has nothing to do with, we talked about it earlier, and I'm not going to bring it up again. I tell you what, in the Guinness Book of World Record, I will be one of the greats.
All right.
look at that.
All right. We about
Yeah.
to.
woo!
All right. We moving on. I didn't even hear what he said. It must have been funny.
But not waiting for your ears. It was
Okay, no, I wouldn't listen. I was trying to. I
wouldn't
was
want
trying
none
to.
of your hairs to start standing up on that comment.
No, I ain't.
Yeah.
What happened? I'm glad I missed what happened because I don't gotta respond to whatever he said. What? All right, now
But
y'all laughing so hard. Now I gotta know what did he say?
You gotta look in the comments. You gotta look in the comments what LAR said. This is taking an overdose of the blue pill today.
Hey, that's my middle name. That's why they made a blue pill
yeah.
after me, brother. I didn't make get the blue pill after they made it. See, I come from the old school. So y'all brothers like to take shortcuts. Y'all like to do
He's in a
turnarounds and all
private
that
jet.
other shit. The old guys know how to keep a strong back.
Straight up. Yep. I appreciate that.
So y'all be using the jawbone because you don't have a strong backbone.
All right,
And that's the problem.
Straight up.
all right.
No,
That's the
true.
real
It's true.
problem.
That's how we
Let's
manipulate.
segue. Hey, everybody who's been super chatting, I do apologize. I haven't been able to read them because
You didn't read mine, Bernard.
you sent one.
The first one, the second one.
Oh no, I must have skipped that one on purpose.
It was a good one. I think it was a little, it would be beyond what I usually say in my vernacular, and you probably just didn't think it was me.
All right. So 70-80% of divorce are initiated by women for irreconcilable differences or money. Women want weddings, not marriages. Irreconcilable differences doesn't mean anything. It don't matter what the divorce is for. They can just call it irreconcilable differences. I hate when people use that term because it's really a meaningless term. Indigenous TV says, "Where is Mr. Palmer when you need him?" No, I think we covered everything that Mr. Palmer would have said on this one. You put that back, you said that back a little while back. But car designer Chris in the building, he says game changer LAR are right. Annette is on some. I don't know what that means. On some is on some. My man, perfect blackness in the building. He says, here we go. Here we match name. The brother in arms right there, still on the battlefield. He says, I'm now more than I can't even say it. 43K. 43K after 9 years fighting for 50-50. I have about 35%. Trust me, the woman and the courts want fathers have the woman and the courts, I think it means don't want fathers having 50-50. So please stop listening to boomer agents who largely created this mess in the first place. Don't say nothing, J Speed. Don't say nothing.
You,
Just
you know I
let
got
it
something
breathe.
to say to his ragged ass. You know,
Let it
you
let
know
it breathe.
damn
Just
well
let
I
it
got something
breathe.
to say to his ragged ass. Because he gonna blame me. I'm not, look, man, I'm not effing your woman. So if you having a problem with your goddamn woman, it's your bullshitting ass, not me. Because I can get with my woman, I can make her do the things I want to on my feet or in the sheets.
Oh, you can make her do what you want. You just said
That's
you had
right,
to go
on my
fight.
feet or in the
Hold
sheet.
on. Well, then why did you have to go fight for custody then?
Listen what I just
Why
said.
you ain't just make her give you the kids?
Because I was in too many other people's sheets.
He admitted his accountability. He admitted
I
fault.
love
He
this guy.
So I'm just telling the truth.
And you got
Mm-hmm.
caught. Why
No,
did
I didn't get caught. I made it. Hey, look, some people don't worry about getting caught. I made it known. If you ain't gonna give it to me, then I'm not holding that. You ever heard of blue balls? I'm not having that. I got to get mine, and I'm still getting mine. I ain't
But
putting this shit onto the
why would
shelf.
why wouldn't
I
you give it
guarantee
to
you,
him?
I'm going
Give
out
it
the
to
world
him.
the same way
that
I
is
came
the
in.
type
It
of
won't be no sad
private?
funeral for me.
I
I'm
like
gonna tell
the
you
way
right now.
you just say
And
that.
they won't be able. They won't be able to have. You'll see that bump in that other part of the casket because they won't be able to bury me right.
All
Annette, he
right,
trying to
man.
give you some of that Zoom meat. He trying to give you some of that Zoom meat all the way from.
Hey, LAR, come on now, come on. You dirty macking too now.
Hey, no, I'm falling back. I don't want to get accused of dirty macking.
Yeah, okay.
Anyway, I ain't
He
got nothing
needs
to
to
say.
start
But
a school for
Obama in the building. He
guys.
says in Africa we have two traditional systems of transmission. What is that? Part linear, what is that word?
Patrilinear.
Patrilinear. What is that?
Patrilinear.
That's okay,
It's
father
almost like
and matrilinear. See, we don't do.
Like
matriarch.
patriarchy and matriarchy.
And
Yeah, that's what I figured
Patriarchy.
out. He's basically saying patriarchy and matriarchy, but patrilinear, I've never seen that, or matrilinear mother. So the kid goes to the system of the tribe. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Thank you, car designer Chris. He said, J Speed, how many times have you seen an Amber report on a man who took a kid and you find out it's the father? You can't just take your kids. Don't say nothing, JSB. We keeping it moving. But I do
Oh
want to get to
Lord
this
have
clip.
mercy.
I do want
That's
to get to this
another
clip.
regular ass. Don't know
West
the
End.
law.
Hold on. My boy had to fight for 11 years. He spent 30K. He finally won. He paid 1K a month, one child. She now pays 300 a month. This happens in November. She just filed bankruptcy. She lived off his money. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Appreciate everybody supporting the same stream. Code Strill in the building. He says, women see men who promise monogamy, then cheat as betas, and betas aren't allowed to have side chicks, and alpha would have told her what it is up front. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Nigerian Flex back in here with another one. He says, using the society has changed. Change with the it argument makes no sense. It's like driving towards a tornado instead of turning around, saying to yourself, I'll just turn on my windshield wipers. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. Indigenous TV in the building. He says, I'm in a common law relationship since 2015. I would never encourage people to get married because most aren't marriage material. Fantastic is right. Thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. There, I said it in the building. He says, LOL, peace leave is great. Indigenous TV back in here with another one. He says, don't listen to Annette or Brenda. It's over. He says, is what it is says, why does she pretend that women are always bashed? Men just started talking and they're acting like it's been 100 years of manosphere. Yeah. They make it seem like we just kick down the door and start talking shit for no reason. Huh? But anyway, all right. I do want to get into this clip. Now, listen, I'm normally 100% with Kevin Samuels. I am very divided on this one. I normally, people who I believe speak up for men and say things that men need to hear. I tend not to even play clips where they may potentially be looked at in a bad light. I know there's a lot of people that do that. I'm not one of those. I don't like to do that. So that ain't what this is about. But this is one where I think it's some nuance to it. I think it's controversial. And we're going to have a discussion and debate about it. But this isn't an easy one right here. This ain't an easy one. This clip that I'm about to play about about 3 minutes of it uninterrupted. And so let's roll the not so beautiful bean footage on this one. Let's go. Hold on. Hold up.
Says fuck everything, including those other two kids. The
Hold up.
daughter said I looked at her getting liability because it costs. So number one, is she well-mannered, well-behaved, smart, taking care? Does she understand? And do I really believe that you're going to come second to my husband? Is my husband going to come first? Or is it we're a package deal? If you're a package deal, that's no deal. I'll be honest, it's a package deal, that's no deal, because let's say you and I were to get married, you got a daughter, right? Let's say we have 2 kids together. And your child is 5. So 10 years from now, your daughter comes home and said, Kevin looked at me getting out of the shower. What happens next?
The relationship would have to end.
Huh?
That's not something the relationship would end immediately.
Because your daughter said I looked at her getting out of the shower.
Why would that person even be close to the bathroom to see her? That would be the thing. You have to defend your seed. You have to defend your child.
But you also remember you got 2 of my kids. So that means I should never listen to it. That means I should avoid women like you, because off the rip, your desire to defend your child blew up. You got 2 of my kids, and off rip, your protective instinct says fuck everything, including those other 2 kids.
Understood.
Do you?
No, I understand.
You said the relationship would have to end. So what would you tell our 2 children?
That's a tough situation.
No, you said the relationship would have to end. So
it would have to end, because
but what would you tell
any of my kids? If I have 3 kids, 1 by someone else and 2 by my
But what I'm telling you, what I'm saying is what we tell our 2 children.
Your half sister stated this happened and this is not a comfortable situation and we have to part ways.
You get the fuck out. You can get the fuck out.
Because I'm not the one paying the bill.
No, because you're not taking my kids. See, that's what I mean. Y'all act like y'all got too much power.
It's not power. I'm really
First of all, you didn't even.
First
off, you didn't even. I just said if she said it, you didn't even question whether or not the claim was there. Because that's your child. That's why I'm saying your child can never be an asset to anybody, because that's the bomb that's always there.
Okay.
Because, and what the fuck? What could a man do about that? I could provide everything. We could have children, and automatically you're gonna jump off rip, go for your child. So don't ask me to treat your child like it's biologically mine, when you be willing to blow up my biological children's shit for something else. And you know kids can say anything.
They can, but you have to protect your kids at all costs.
Then
and you have to talk.
Then no. Leave. No. See, I want you to understand that you have no empathy for men. It's about you and your kid. I'm somebody's child.
Yeah.
What about those children we have together? Ma'am, you're not right in this.
I'm not debating you.
We're debating the concept.
Yeah,
but you got to protect your kids at all costs. So then you need to go be with your child's father, and y'all need to work that out so that can never come up. Because let's switch the situation. If I'm that child's biological father, and she comes out of the shower, and 10 years later, Daddy looked at me a certain kind of way, and I'm her biological dad, then what do you say? But you notice how you couldn't pull rank on me? You couldn't pull that. We got to separate. You couldn't pull rank on me. You couldn't pull biological rank. You want to, but you're like, well, damn, it's his kid too.
It would have to be an end situation as well.
And you'd have to get the fuck out. And you'd have to get out. And you'd have to get out.
Understood. I completely understand that.
So the end would be for who? You'd be leaving.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not what you're talking about. You're talking about the end situation. I'd be leaving with my child.
I understand, Helen.
And I want everybody in the audience to understand this is why you don't deal with women with children, because, especially in our community, there is no blending families when this kind of stuff comes up. Because single mothers are too used to pulling rank.
Okay.
This is why single mothers are potentially so dangerous, because you're not used to having to actually split the responsibility. It's your child.
All right. Like I said, that's legitimately a tough one. It's not. It's no. I don't think it's no easy open shut case type of answer for that one. So out the gate. Let's see. I'll go to. I'll just start out with the person who I think might be the most controversial on this. So Game Changer, go ahead. What you got? Game Changer?
Maybe he's gone to the bathroom.
All
I'll
right.
start it off then.
Okay. Go ahead and jump it off. LAR.
I actually know of a situation like this where the daughter did something very similar, and she was the stepdaughter, and they were biological kids through a marriage involved also, and the daughter lied, and they got divorced. Had to go to court to prove it. It separated the family, and then when it all ended, the siblings didn't get along anymore. The marriage is over. The siblings don't. And I don't even think they're cool to this day, because it all ended with, I just didn't want him telling me what to do. So, so part of what this is a tough situation, because the problem with that whole scenario is you're trying to protect somebody from the worst. You're trying to protect your child from the worst case scenario. So you think you're doing what you feel is best. The issue with that would be you don't want to admit that your kid might lie. So guess what? A person looked at me. So what happens when you say this person looked at me? Okay. But then when you go out in public, because I know of people who've done that similar thing too, where if that becomes a pattern. They looked at me. They looked at me. They looked at me. Everywhere you go, they looked at me. This is how, unfortunately, you see some of these young ladies, when these boys go on these dummy missions, is because of they got accustomed to saying stuff like this and getting somebody else to believe them and then go left. Mm-hmm. I'm not saying, you're supposed to protect little girls. You are. But we have to come to a point in our society where we also have to actually get all of the information before we jump off the porch and just believe her. So that's it.
Yeah. All right. Going to feminine melanin.
Okay. So immediately my first thought about his question is, or immediately I would ask my child what context they mean it in, because them coming to tell you that no matter what age, I would still need context. And I know some people are going to be like, how can you say that? They said, because I don't know what happened. Did he walk past and see you, or did he open up the door and saw you and didn't know you were in there? I don't know. So I'd have to ask for context. So yeah. What was going on? What was this? What was that? Not like I'm berating my child and this. I'm not doing all of that. But I'm going to ask strategically within question, because I work with children. So I am going to ask the question so I can judge what the situation might be for me and what I want to do next. The other thing I would do would also be to talk to the man. I need to know, was this something where even even if the child is saying this is what they felt it was, I also need to hear from him. And most of the time, by the time, or I can't even really say that because my daughter hasn't met uh, any amount of men really. So I would have to ask based on the guy that I'm with and knowing his mannerisms and what it seems like when he's nervous or when he's wrong and stuff like that. I'd have to see if that's the same type of thing. After I judge from those two, if I decide to leave that man, it wouldn't matter if it is because it's just my only child or it's me and his child together. I'm protecting all the children. Not only am I not going to just sit by and only listen to one child, I have to now ask all the children, what is it that you guys may want to talk to me about when it comes to your father or your stepdad? And I'm not going to dip in little things so that they can then create the story around what they're saying. I'm just going to let them freely talk and allow them to make sure that they know that it is okay to talk to me about anything. And then we'll talk about random stuff and then I'll bring up dad. Like, I might say, let's talk about your grandma. Let's talk about your uncle. Let's talk about your dad. That way it's a rounded thing where they don't feel like I'm trying to place a thought in their mind. You know what I'm saying? So if that is what I decide to do, that is what I decide to do. I don't know what Kevin Samuels is talking about. It's not about only protecting hers, because I was waiting on her to say if it was about his child and not the stepchild. So she still answered it the same. And so that works for me. It's for me, it has to be where I am protecting the children. I don't care nothing about if it's yours or not. I am choosing to protect the children. One child and all the children. So that is my thought. And I know people are generally in the mindset that sometimes kids tell a story or that women tell stories about that, and that is not as much as it is. But I do come from a time and even an area where this was something that happened a lot, sometimes even in other kids' faces. So I won't let it cloud my whole mind, but I have grown up to where I deal with children, and so I learn to talk to everybody so that I know how to judge the situation. So it's a sad thing, but it is what it is. I would expect him to do the same thing if his son came to him and said, XYZ was looking at me in the shower, standing at my door too long. I would feel the same way. I'd be like, we need to have a talk. So I'm not biased with it.
Yeah, no. See, my thing was, and you sort of alluded to it earlier when you was talking about that early investigation process. Um, the mere fact, the only thing I could say she really did wrong is that she immediately leaped to it's over scorched earth. Like it wasn't even a thought of whether or not it was true, whether his side of it. It was none of that. She was just like just scorched earth, done. The 15-year-old said it, so we about to blow up a whole family just over the word alone. That was the only area where I thought that she was the mere fact that she just rushed to it. Like I got 100 questions. I got 100 questions before I get there. But
go with single mothership again. It could be our child, and this is the only kid I got with you. It's still the same thing. So
right. Go ahead, Brenda. OG, I see you got something down there. I don't know what data you trying to look like. You trying to pull up a share screen. I'll bring it up in a little bit. But go ahead, Brenda.
All right,
I got
so
that for you, Bernard. Excuse me, Brenda, before you get started. I got that for you, Bernard, because I always bring my receipts when somebody makes some idiotic statement about what I said, and then we'll get into that because it goes along with this right here too.
I said I was going to Brenda. You just said fuck Brenda and we just going. Okay, we're gonna skip right to OG stats. Okay,
I do apologize.
Okay, Brenda. Go ahead. No, it's okay. I still got my time.
Okay. What are we looking?
Hey, could we read that on
the part that's in
right
purple
side of your screen?
Okay, if
and every state most I pulled up said the same thing.
Okay, if the court has not made a determination regarding the custody of the child, each parent has joint legal custody. and joint physical custody of the child until a judge issues an order that says otherwise. That applies, I believe, in the case of a marriage when nobody has left the custodial home. But even when they do go and make that judgment, they judge in favor of the woman the
I'll bring
vast
that receipt
majority
up
of
too.
the time.
It said
I'll bring that receipt up too.
regardless of the marital status of the parents.
Where does it say regardless of the marital status of the parent?
Sentence before the if the court.
Okay. Let me just start from the beginning. Under Nevada law, okay. Under Nevada law, the parent in the child relationship extends equally to every child and to every parent, regardless of the marital status of the parent. So, if you're telling me that a man gets a woman pregnant, they don't live together, and they're not married, he automatically has joint legal and joint physical custody. Does that joint legal and joint physical custody manifest itself in him getting 1 week on and 1 week off? I don't because I don't hear people in Nevada saying we have an automatic 1 week on or 1 week off. So right now, what we're seeing is some. I mean, listen, I like that. If that's the case, I mean, it says that's the case in Nevada. If that's the case, I like it. I just want them to go one step further and make it to where it'll be 1 week on and 1 week off.
It
Because if he
explains
has
itself.
joint legal, if he has joint legal and joint physical custody on paper, but he has every other weekend in reality, then this is just some wordplay mumbo jumbo that's not meaning nothing in practical terms.
Bernard.
Yes.
You're putting the cart before the horse. This is before there's any court case. Except for somebody into a reserve. You're always talking about my English and my grammar. But I can read this at 11 years old and understand what the fuck it's saying. Okay?
Okay.
So let's don't play this like we don't know
Okay,
what
so
it's saying.
what is it? What is it saying that's relevant to the conversation that we had? Because maybe I can't understand
Both
it.
parties have joint custody before any court case.
No, joint. Okay,
There's
joint
a
custody.
presumption.
Hold on,
There's
wait,
a
no. You joint custody is not enough to just say joint custody because I had joint legal custody, but I still paid child support and had every other weekend, on paper until I went and fought and got joint physical custody and had 50-50. So those are two different things. But we know for a fact maybe it's this case in Nevada that when men get a woman pregnant, he automatically has 50% of the time, or 41-50, or 49-51, or 50-50, however it plays out. If a man in Nevada automatically has that, then they're doing it right. They're doing it right in Nevada.
That's what it says on that piece of paper. I've never been to
It does
Nevada.
not. It does not say.
To joint legal custody and joint physical custody of the child.
But is it saying that he automatically gets? Does it say that he automatically gets equal time or an equal number of overnights? It's 100. To divide the 365 in half, that's 182.5. Right now on paper, I have right now on paper. After I did all the fighting for 3 years and paid the thousands of dollars, I got on paper 182.5 overnights. Is it saying that he automatically has that if he gets a woman pregnant in Nevada? If it is saying that, then God bless Nevada. That's the only state doing it right.
No, it's not the only state, sir.
Okay, no, you have to first prove that he gets.
I tell you, I bring up them receipts too.
Okay, yes, bring up the receipts to show.
Okay, so what it's saying, but that you don't understand.
Time out. I want to make sure we're talking about the right thing. Bring up the receipts that show that he automatically gets 182 overnights out of the 365-day year. If you do that, then you have proven something that does not correspond with you've proven a lot. If you could do that, go ahead.
But not okay. Before I get into that, because it goes along to what we're talking about.
Thank you
now.
for that super chat, Dane C. Thank you for that super chat. Appreciate it. I want to bring it down just in case it's something on the screen that we else need to see on the screen. Hold on. All right, go ahead.
Okay, Bernard, it goes along to exactly what we're talking about now. Because I made this statement earlier, and then maybe it went over a lot of people's head, and maybe the guy who did send you the super chat, it went over his head too. When there's no petition of the court and a judge having made legal custody for either parent, either parent can take that child and petition to the court and don't have to take that child back. You don't have to split the days up. You don't have to take the child back. This is what I'm telling you. So when we
Hold on,
use
wait.
this,
Say that again. I got distracted by I got a message, and
all
then
right,
got thrown off.
let me get on screen. Maybe you can read my lips a little better, okay? Yeah, I'm
No,
trying to
we
get
don't
on
need to see
screen.
you. We don't need to see you. All right,
Now
fine.
I'm
Too
gonna make
late.
it
All
so
right, go
you
ahead.
make it so it makes it
All right.
easy.
And we try.
Okay. Okay. What it's saying, Bernard, when there's no petition to the court and court order as far as custody, at that point, each parent has physical and legally custody of that child. So if one parent decided to take that child and take him to his house, take it to his house, he do not have to bring that child back. He can petition the court or she can petition the court. Now she has to prove to the court that he's an unfit mother or she's a better mother or is it the best interest of the child for the child to be with her versus him. That's when you put the woman on defense versus being on offense. The
I
problem
agree
is,
with that. Hold on, wait. I agree with that. That if a man gets the child, the baby is born, and the baby is ready to leave the hospital. If the man leaves that hospital and establishes his house is the house that the baby is living at, if she wants it, then yeah, then she may have to do something. But
okay,
that's only if he's able to walk in there and wrestle the baby out of the front, out
you
of the
don't have to
woman's hand.
wrestle the baby. Come
Okay,
on now.
okay.
Okay,
So
you going a little extreme with
if
this.
she wants the child, that man ain't walking in that damn hospital, beating his chest, say, "Out of pappy, I'm taking this damn baby, and I dare the security to stop me."
It sounds like a
That
movie, but we'll get past that. But what I'm trying to say, Bernard, is just say your child is 3 or 4 years old, and you're starting
okay.
to see some things going strange in the household, and you decide that you can be a better parent than the mother could be, right? You go pick up the child on the
Oh,
weekend because she's making the decisions at this point, not knowing that you have just as much power as
all
she.
right.
You go pick up the child on the weekend and you don't bring them back on the Sunday that you put opposed to. She cannot call the police. Wait a minute, listen to what I'm saying. She cannot call the police and say you kidnapped the child due to the
She
fact that
definitely
all
can. She definitely can do that. You
Yeah,
just
okay.
lie and lie
Hold
and
on.
said you kidnapped the kid, and they will come to you.
That is
She
a
definitely
listen
fairly
can
to
do
me
regular
that.
again.
thing.
And I'm
Okay,
got
J Speed. I respect what you're doing, and I like when facts and stats and data get put on the table. I want to get back to the Kevin Samuels video. We're gonna
well,
save
this
this
is
for a
where I'm
whole.
going at. This is where I'm
Hold
going
on,
at. If
wait
my
a minute.
daughter was to
Wait a
tell
minute.
me,
We're gonna save this.
if my daughter was to tell me that my ex husband is looking at her in a strange way, I would have the conversation. I think the young lady said it eloquently. She said eloquently how she would go through the process of elimination. But the first thing would come to my mind as a father, I will pull my child from that house. That's number one. Then the questions would happen. You got to understand that. So the first thing is the best interest of the child and the safety of the child. Because this is where the problem comes in when a father don't have the same blood in his body. And it's not that it don't happen with real fathers, but I'm just saying it
It
happens
statistically
more,
happens a lot less.
a
Like
lot less with
even
fathers.
yeah.
Yeah,
The
because
guys,
that's a
the
chemical
men.
thing too. It's just not a
No,
physical thing;
no.
it's a
Well,
chemical thing
real
too.
quick. I just want to throw it out there. The percentage of men that touch on kids, they practically never do it to their own kids. That's actually factually proven.
Okay, so what
Yeah.
I want to say to this, because at this moment I'm looking at the safety. I'm not looking if she's lying or she's telling the truth. I'm not looking if she's guilty or whatever. I'm looking at the safety of my child. She's a
Mhm.
female, and so I'm pulling her to my house, and we go sit down before any police or anything called. We go have that conversation, and what I'm gonna look at is the history of my child with this other man in the household. I want to look at number one, uh, how does she dress around this man? That's number one. That's what I'm on. That's how I'm gonna build my case. How do you dress around this man? And what is the problem when you dress? Do you wear, which my child would not, wearing booty shorts around this man, and he's telling her to go put on some clothes or something like that, or whatever. I'm trying to look at the relationship between the two before I start pointing fingers, right? Once I establish that, then I'm gonna pull the mother to the side and we're gonna have a conference with the mother. I'm gonna try to see what have she seen, what have she heard. I don't have the right to question any other child that's in that house who's not mine. That's number one. But I can question my ex, and I can question my child, and I go from that process, and it depends where that process takes me at, where I will go further with it. But I see Kevin Sanders has been totally wrong in this interview because he's trying to make it a woman and a man thing versus looking at it as a safety thing. And I think that's what he does sometimes. And this is where he loses a lot of people at. Because he's trying to be so right that men's are short, have the shortfalling or the shortcoming of a relationship that he go overboard sometimes.
Yep, exactly.
Yeah, I technically don't disagree with that last part. Yeah, whenever you're talking about a situation where a kid is in potential harm, the male female dynamic in a relationship and all the stepdad, like that part, you kind of you set that aside and you deal with the bigger problem.
Exactly.
So that's the part of it where I said, look, this is difficult. I understand the point that he was trying to make, but yeah, that part of it is legitimately
goofy,
a tough one.
And wait a minute. Not only just goofy, but dangerous.
Very.
It's a thin line that he was crossing.
He didn't even pay attention to the potential danger that this child would be in, and this applies to whether the child is a boy or a girl. He totally ignored the potential danger and got on his high horse talking about how, well, men, you see, this isn't why you shouldn't marry single mothers. Men, you see, this is why, single mothers are dangerous. What? You're talking about a potential safety issue with a child. Forget that it's a girl. A potential safety issue with a child. And all you're worried about is your own ego. What kind of a man are you?
Okay, all right. That part is reaching over there. It was just
remember, and that got
beat when he talked about whether men should physical discipline their wives. He comes up with some good things, and then sometimes he comes up with some damn right dangerous rhetoric, and this is one incident where what he is saying is sending a message to women that be scared. If your child reports that she's feels unsafe around the man, well, he's almost saying take the man's side. Don't even. He didn't even suggest investigating.
No, but see, hold on, but the part that you missed is that she didn't have a thought for investigation either.
Right.
She went. Hold on, real quick. She went, and that was the only major problem I saw in it from her end. she went right to immediately believe the kid without no, like as if kids don't
maybe
lie.
she's been molested as a child, so it might just be a knee-jerk reaction.
Okay, so she just said immediately. Okay, so she's basically saying immediately blow up the family off an emotional reaction. Hold on, real quick. She's saying immediately blow up the family off an emotional reaction without investigating. So what you're not realizing, or maybe you are realizing and don't care, you're doing the same thing in reverse that you're accusing Kevin Samuels of doing. He just immediately jumped to it on one end, thinking about it from the man's perspective. And this is why the man don't marry a woman with kids, because if anything like that go down, he's going to be guilty, and she's going to be able to just the kid is going to be able to say anything. She's going to side with the kid no matter what, and you're just at an automatic disadvantage in that situation.
My stance is what Feminine Melanie said. I agree with her. I just didn't feel the need to repeat it because she's already said it. So my stance is what Jada LaRue said. Of course, you're going to ask the child and ask the man and all that. That's my stance from what would happen in the real situation. The other reaction is my reaction to how Kevin handled it.
Gotcha.
Reactions,
yeah. And I listen, I'm not. I take no joy in this. Because I normally agree with Kevin Samuels on a lot of stuff, but like I said, this was a tough one, and yeah, this was a tough one, no doubt. But Oh, Brenda. We're gonna go Brenda, then Jackie, then hopefully Game Changer is back by then.
All right. So with the
And
video,
hold
I
on, Little
definitely
Big
agree.
Nate, Little Big Nate. If you out there, Little
Go
Big
ahead.
Nate,
Oh yeah.
come up here, Little Big Nate. I think I saw you saying something in the chat.
His
Yeah,
name is Little
eventually.
Big Mistake.
Little big mistake.
Stop.
Okay, go, go ahead.
Everybody matters. I definitely have to agree with what Jada said, because 100% I will be investigating first things first. All right, because and the only reason why is because we are humans and we all lie. It doesn't matter. A kid learns how to lie from, I mean, whenever they get to the age of understanding. And so if they say that, now it's like it's upon the woman to figure out, is that the truth or not. So uh, figuring out how to actually open the conversation, because that if I was the mom in that situation, I would actually be mom and wife, right? I would have to open the door, a safety door for them to actually for that child to actually come to me. But not only that, it will take time. The same thing, I'll be opening another door, not confronting him or interrogating him about the situation, but actually just, just rent whenever he's in a relaxed manner where you can actually ask questions without him being threatened or etc. Without anybody being threatened, what did actually go down? Because I did work, I interned during my college years in a domestic violence and sexual assault agency for 6 months, and that's something that I was very sensitive to. I just told my coordinator at that time, I don't want to work with children. A, because it's way too sensitive, and B, and I still ended up having to sit down with them to kind of watch over them while their mom was trying to get some counseling. But it's a very sensitive topic. But the first things first, I will try to get to the bottom of it, with collection of evidence, and then the next step will be trying to get my children and even my husband. Like, it's all about protection of the children. And also, if they actually end up lying and you find out that they have lied, you have to also bring it up to them and let them realize that they're responsible also for that, like about lying about whatever this happened. And so it's, yeah, and that's all I have to say with that one, because it kind of hits
Brenda, if the truth never comes out, which always usually happens,
right,
is word against her word, you can't get to the truth. Who are you supposed to protect in that situation? The child, of course.
Yeah, sadly, and
right.
mainly because it's
Right.
your
Passionate.
offspring. But at the end of the day, it depends on what I'm trying to achieve, because LAR, before he left, he gave a great he actually gave a great example of somebody's life, and then this person particularly lying, breaking off the whole family, and now their siblings don't even talk to them because of their
there's thousands of cases where children have been actually molested as well. You listen to one story and that's going to change your mind about the thousands of cases that are out there where
She
children
didn't say that.
but male children and female children, by men and women.
Right?
Okay,
and so it's more of a
by all costs.
No, I mean, I totally understand. That's why it's a very difficult situation. It's a difficult dynamic to even explain, because there's too much going on in that particular situation. But ultimately, just a little confession, I was in that predicament as a child, type of thing. So, but I didn't know until like everything came out.
1 in 3 girls. So if there's four of us here, 1 in 3 has been true.
Yeah, I've done some content on that 1 in 3. Okay.
It happens a lot.
Okay, I don't even feel like getting into that today, because that 1 in 3 stat is basically from 0 to 17. Have you been sexually assaulted in any way? And in basically anything from being in middle school and a boy groping you is
Yeah,
and running,
yeah.
that counts.
It
You
doesn't
know,
have to be the full hour.
I
But
know. So that's why I
but
don't
you
like the
The
I don't
spectrum.
like when people loosely, hold on real quick. I don't like when people just loosely wildly throw out that 1 and 3, because then we see in the mind of people what they see Harry liquor on his breath, drunk uncle at 37 years old touching on a 6-year-old girl. That's what people see. But it's some
that
damn.
happens
But
too.
but when middle school grab ass gets worked into the stat, I don't like when that 1 and 3 get thrown out
No,
there.
but now that
Even
36-year-old scenario happens
even in
too.
that stat, the
We can't
from that,
hide from the
I
truth.
know, we can't run from the stat. It happens, and the kids need to be protected, and I'm all for that. But I don't like when that 1 and 3 gets thrown out wildly. It happens more between the for people, and 16 to 17. I forgot how much it goes up. So we're talking. I mean, I don't even want to get into it because it get messy because we end up talking about more things. That's not talking about kids being assaulted by adults when they talk about
Even
that.
women. If look, I've got a
I know.
15-year-old that's 6'4",
A
right?
what?
And yeah, my 15-year-old is 6'4", right? He looks like a man. And even I have to protect him because when he goes to his friend's house and everything, I always say to him, listen, you're a child. If any of those women or if anybody acts inappropriately around you or tries to chat you up or anything, you're a child, you must come and tell me. So I'm not saying, it's not only men that do it, but we must protect children from whoever the
No,
perpetrator
and
is.
and I'm with you. And like when you mention that 15-year-old, a lot of the stuff that fall within that stat, yeah, it do be 15-year-olds and 13-year-olds, 13-year-olds, 11-year-olds, 10, it'd be a lot of it be a lot of it be kids on kids, a 9 and 10-year-old. Like, so that's why I'm saying it's nuance in that 1 and 3. That's all I'm saying. It's more nuance. But if it happens, it's I mean, it happens and it's bad. It's bad either way. But I just I literally heard people argue that then they pulled up the 1 and 3 stat, and then they said, so therefore we can conclude that 1 and 3 black men are pedos. And I blew a gasket
Right.
because
No.
I know I read how the full breakdown of the stats from the website that creates all the stats that brought it up. I read it, so I know it's more nuanced to that. So we're gonna go to Jackie, game changer, and we got Edward Anderson on the paddle. So go ahead, Jackie.
Okay. Well, I mean, I agree with everybody on the panel
Yeah,
about like protecting your child. I really think Kevin, he really just, it was like a misstep,
yeah.
like going
Yeah,
going into
exactly.
something so controversial and not like teasing it out properly. Like if you're gonna go into something controversial like that, like a girl possibly lying on her stepdad, you have to make sure you like cover all the bases. Like I really think that's because his intentions wasn't like let anything fly just because you committed to this man, you're married to this man. I think his intentions were that you can't just give up your family off of the word of a child. And he should have like flushed that out more. Like you got to do a proper investigation,
Right.
and he should have just done more. If you're gonna talk about something that controversial, like he
Exactly.
should have
Mm-hmm.
covered
Yes,
all the
that's it.
bases in that conversation.
A
Yeah.
quick
Right
question.
on.
Is it possible we could play it again? I listened and I wondered if, because
Mhm.
I want to make sure I didn't hear it wrong, but I thought when he said, if it's mine's, so what? You can't do nothing about it. It's my own kid.
Oh yes, I
No,
heard that as well.
Okay, so
no, that
I heard
that that
See,
that didn't happen.
make
He
with that
has
part, he
he
messed up on that
almost made
part.
it
He messed up on that part
he almost
because
made it sound
okay.
as if it was his child, you couldn't actually do
no,
anything
I
about
don't agree with that
I
part.
disagree.
I
I
don't
thought he
agree with
said,
that.
so
This
what?
hold on,
Well,
wait,
that's
time
why
out.
we have
Everybody
to
push
play the
pause.
clip again.
Everybody stop. This is what happened. I listened to that multiple times.
Good.
He said, what happens? He said, what if that was my biological child? And she said that. And then instead of her having that immediate, "Well, it'll be over," she took a long hesitation because she realized that there's an overall difference in just the dynamic from the standpoint that she views, if it's not his child, she's looking at her and her kid. They're over here. They're one thing. They're a separate entity. That means he's an outsider. That's how that was the point that he was making. That why am I going to be in a situation where I'm an outsider in my own home and it's me against y'all instead of us being a family and we're together? And you can't just pull that type of theot rank like that if we're talking about a family where all these kids came from us. It's a different thing. It was her reaction was more of it was more of a hesitation. We need to talk. Basically, all the things that we're saying, investigate it and figure out and get down to the bottom of it to properly work out the problem. But when it was just the word of her daughter against just a man who she was really looking at just as just some dude, it was like, no, you just some dude in this situation. This is my daughter. You just some dude. You out of here. So that's why he was saying.
I think I agree with you.
He was making that point just to simply say that the man shouldn't put himself in a disadvantage. But like Jackie Jack pointed out, he used something too controversial to try to make the broader point, to make a broader point about a man being a disadvantaged outsider in a situation where it's a family that's already established and he's coming into it. That was the point he was making. And like I said, he used something too controversial just to circle around back to that point. But anyway,
wait. Here's my thing. I got that part because I voiced that part. So I agree with you saying what it can mean. I was talking about how he answered that. I thought I heard him say, if it's my own, so what? You can't do nothing about it.
That's what I thought I heard.
Nah, he didn't say that.
That's why I had
He didn't say that.
yes, because I was like, misheard because I was kind of dabbling doing stuff. So I asked if you could play it again, just so I know if I heard it right. Because I know some people are going to be saying like, he's a,
that's what I thought I heard.
Heard it right. That's why.
Yeah, that's why you replay stuff. When I hear crazy stuff, I replay it slow if I have to.
I didn't want to replay.
I'm not talking about you, but I'm saying me personally. And what's up, everybody? If I hear a dude or a woman say some crazy stuff, I put that thing on 0.75 because I usually listen to stuff at like 1.5 playback speed on YouTube, and I make sure I heard it before I go off because I don't want to look stupid.
Yeah, and I have no idea that this is my first time seeing it. I don't search, YouTube for Kevin Samuel and controversy. So that's why I asked if you could just replay it. And I can watch it later. I just wondered.
I'll replay it just to clear that part up.
Because YouTube actually has a special feature now where you can actually clip certain stuff and share just the clip. That's something they're experimenting on. You see it on the mobile devices. Just want to throw that out there for it.
So the end would be for who? You believe it.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not what you're talking about. You're talking about the end situation. I'd be leaving with my child.
Yeah, what he just said right there. That was the part that was.
Go back a bit more.
Yeah, I am.
Please.
10 years later, Daddy looked at me a certain kind of way, and I'm her biological dad. Then what do you say?
Right.
See, but you notice how you couldn't pull rank on me? You couldn't pull that. We got to separate. You couldn't pull rank on me. You couldn't pull biological rank. You want to, but you're like, well, damn, it's his kid too.
Yeah, it would have to be an end situation as well.
And you'd have to get the fuck out. And you'd have to get out. And you'd have to get out.
Understood. I completely understand that.
So it would be for who? You believe it.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not what you're talking about. You're talking about the end situation. I'd be leaving with my child.
See, that part was confusing when he said the end situation, I'd be leaving with my child. I don't know if he was speaking like he meant like she'd be leaving with her child.
Yeah, that's what she meant.
Yeah,
Like
not that
I,
she was
as in
doing it.
she's in the first person. The
Yeah,
answer.
yeah,
Yeah, he's speaking for like as her. Yeah.
yeah.
But he's also almost suggesting, because it says if the girl, if his own biological child reports him for looking at her inappropriately, the mother basically, what he's suggesting is that you can't really do anything about it.
No,
No, that's
didn't
not.
say
No, that is not. That
that.
no. You are
No.
Listen,
Number one, you
listen.
can't
That's
pull
why
rank.
I
Number
asked
two,
to
if
hear
you have
it
to move, you're gonna
again
leave
because I
your
was
own.
unsure if I heard it right because I was dabbling back and forth. So that's the part that I wanted to hear just to make sure I heard it correctly because, like y'all said, it's controversial, but I don't know what's so controversial about the thought. So I had to understand what was completely said just to make sure I heard it right. So that was it.
So what do you understand it to mean? Because I understand.
I can I explain it?
Annette, hold on, wait,
he's
Annette, real
basically
quick. I want to make sure I heard it right. Say that statement, that the statement you just said that made everybody blow a gasket, myself included. I want to hear. Let me ask the question. I want to ask the question. Okay, I want you to say that exact statement again, exactly how you said it.
Well, I can't remember, but I will just say what I think I heard
Okay,
from
cool,
Kevin Samuels. I'll repeat. So what I think I'm hearing is when he said, if our child, me and Kevin Samuels' child, if our child was to say to me, Daddy looked at me in a way that made me uncomfortable from the bathroom or whatever it was that happened, I'm here, and the lady said she won't do anything. Well, I'll do exactly the same thing that I would do with a stepchild. But he seems to be saying to us, now correct me if I'm wrong, because it might be an American slang thing. He's saying, well, you won't be able to pull rank on me. You won't be able to do anything. And if you leave, you're going to leave on your own because you're not living with my child.
You're misunderstanding. You're completely
that's what I'm trying
misunderstanding
to,
what's being said.
That's what I want to explain. He's saying
Yeah,
that
Jackie
if it's his stepchild, there's no fighting for the stepchild to stay. He can't really go to court and say, well, I gotta fight what she said about me, and I still can fight for custody. When it's his kid, when his kid, and she's putting these charges up on him, he can fight to keep seeing his kid. So it's like you can't pull rank.
Yeah.
You can't pull rank with the kid y'all share because he can fight, still see his kid. But with that other kid, he has no legal stance on that other kid. So she can just pull that kid out. She can leave with the kid.
Yeah, and
he has nothing to say.
He's in so many words. I thought he was saying that if I do that, you can't do anything about it.
Well, the power
He didn't
dynamic.
say that. Hold on, wait, time out. You have to really infer a whole lot to say that you can't do anything about it. He was more so basically he was talking about a compare and contrast and the difference in the dynamic versus him being a stepdad and that stepchild saying something, and her automatic instinct go-to is to believe the kid and the hell with you without any investigation. He's talking about you can't, she can't just pull that type of rank. Like, hold on, who's playing with their microphone? Yeah, somebody got to start playing with their mic.
I think that's game
My bad. I was plugging in.
Right. Okay, cool. Yeah, it was more of a pulling rank in the this is my kid. I'm siding. No, he didn't even mention court. He didn't even mention court, but he was just more so
anything. He just said pulling.
But that sounds like that sounds like something. Look, I'm not trying to go there, but that sounds like a cultural issue. Because let's be clear here: women can lie on men, and men are at the mercy of the court when it comes to black men. So black men in this country don't get to pull the "what you gonna do about it" card, even if you the dad. Because the reality is, if women really want to take it there and take it to the max like that, oh yeah, we don't have a Uno draw the "what you gonna do about it" card. Now I know Africans got that card. So it may be you may perceiving that from a different cultural context, but African American men, we got to be over and beyond.
I think so.
So
That's why
Yeah.
like that.
Because women and black women know it too. Black women don't have this. I just don't know what to do. 911 is always a phone number away, and black men do not want to be in a position ever. I don't care if you're the dad or not of my story versus hers, a man's story versus women. Yeah, he may get his day out in court later on, but there's a lot of consequences that can go along with that. And even if you perceive to have been right, what happens is you just get to not go to jail. But all of the consequences, the stigma, by the way, that comes along with that. And this is why a lot of people are reacting, like particularly the men, but also the women are reacting the way, because in America, it's a different threat level with us for that. We have to be very, that's why he was talking about, oh, I'm going to leave. Or so if you're like the stepdad, because once he gets hot like that, you got to get out. Like, and it might be too late. And by the way, Iyanla Vanzant talked about a lot of this stuff too, and this is one of the reasons why she got ran off the air. I just want to add that in.
All right. Shout out to Perfect Blackness. He says Kevin didn't misstep. False allegations against men is a real unfettered thing. Trust me, I know. So men aren't deserving of protection from that. No, of course they are, and I think that was part of the reason why he brought in the situation where he said, "What if there was something that the biological daughter said?" And then you could see the pause in her that we need to have a real talk. But if it's the stepchild, he was automatically put in category of outsider. This is our family. You're an outsider in your own home.
Yeah.
That was the point that I gathered from that. I didn't gather from that you can't do nothing about it if I touch my daughter. It was just it was breaking down that dynamic.
Yeah, and Bernard, and I do gotta go. I wanted to say this though, before I left. One of the things is y'all gotta really understand that there are people, and I'm not saying people don't have a right to have their opinion and a right to be heard, but there are people that, and I'm talking about men and women, because it's gone on both sides. I'm talking about when it comes to black men doing this to black men, and black women doing this to black men, where they want to put anything out there and make and create enough noise to where in their mind YouTube is going to do what's called regulating, which is trying to shut somebody down. This is why you got people trying to tie what happened in New York. I'm not going into that, but you have
that wasn't towards you. That was towards the people who want to tie it to
And you have black men doing that, you have black women doing that, and you have black women that are married to black men doing that. So on some, we need to ask people, what YouTubers are you looking at? Because if they watch somebody that says danger zone, because we know that's unique to Kevin. No, that's one thing he didn't pull from nobody that nobody says he did. Well, that's for real. That's the one thing nobody says he pulled that. So who you're talking about when you say, if they say danger zone, then that means you may need to get away from them because your life is in danger. Like this is the game that people are playing. So you gotta understand when dudes get real animated about that. That's why. That being said, I still looked, okay, maybe this is what you looking at it and respect the cultural part, and that's what it is. And we came to that conclusion. The other thing too is in America that needs to be talked about, because America, I'm not saying dudes don't have patriarchal households. There are dudes that run their house like a patriarchy. I understand that, but those are pockets. The majority of these women, these kids right now are in control of these women. And this is one of the things Iyanla Vanzant was coming into. You got a lot of situations where they go the opposite end of what that female does. They sweep it under the carpet. And then these women go through all of this, all of the, the sexual responses, where it go LGBT, if it goes hot girl lifestyle, that may have come from that, and people always say that. And then later on, these women were starting to say, well, mom, I'm talking about women are 40 years old talking, they're like 60-something-year-old moms on her show. This happened multiple times. I told you what happened. And they didn't do what she said, that scenario. They either denied it or they swept it under the rug. That happens a lot too. And when you have women that are having multiple dudes we're talking about meeting the kids. Not they're having sex outside of somewhere. They're meeting the kids. And I'm going to put something in the back chat that the conversation we had. I'm not going to mention it on air. But they're putting it. And that happens. I'm from Chicago. And see, what happens is it's always the woman is a victim of what the dude did. I agree. That dude should be under the jail. And I would argue messing with kids should warrant the death penalty. if you can prove absolutely they did it. So let's be clear. I'm not here to scapegoat no dude that's doing that. But we have to have a
You
real
shouldn't be
conversation
blaming the
that
men.
people cannot play this. A woman that has the custody of that child is not at all negligent. I'm not saying in every situation the women knew, but I'm saying it's almost 100% that these chicks did not know that was going, and that's not true. And women know that's not true. And so we have these conversations are always framed as this dude just basically just bomb rushed into the house on some taking stuff and just started doing stuff, and not that they were allowed in that household, and that there were certain propensities that were known, and that stuff was uncovered. So then when the light starts getting shined, now we're playing that I didn't know. Now all these independent, I'm strong, I'm intelligent, all of a sudden they have no intuition, they have no instinct, they have nothing. And this is coming from somebody. I've been in foster care for a year. I know how this stuff goes. I know how the DCFS goes in Chicago. And so it's designed, oh, well, you need to keep the kid with the mother. So everybody starts getting in on it. And by the way, there's dudes that get in on this stuff too. So that part
I
of the
agree along with you
conversation is not being
100%
had.
this morning, Edward. I agree along with you 100%.
Yeah.
And there's one little part I like to
Okay.
add on to what you just said. Even though the guy goes to court and get exonerated, there's still some idiots out there say, "Well, I think he's guilty anyway." You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
that's another part that plays into that too.
Oh yeah, that can
Court
affect his job.
court of
his
public opinion.
Yeah, you see that today with Deshaun Watson, and now those are non-black women doing that. Sarah Spain and all of them. They're like he had to have done something. This also plays a role in them constantly retrying these cases, taking taxpayer dollars. Like they got a situation, like for instance, even with Trey Songz, and I'm not for Trey Songz, but Trey Songz just because he's got a lot of shit out there. But Trey Songz just got a case dismissed, like it didn't even go to jury. A grand jury said there wasn't enough there. That was the case in Las Vegas. This is a black man. So we know if they don't have nothing, if they dismiss it, they didn't have nothing. Even if they can make something up. But you still have this Instagram chick, Dylan, who is in the court of public opinion saying he did this, even though these cases are getting dismissed. And it's like, let's stop acting like black men have this. We go to court, even if we got money. Bill Cosby should have proved to y'all that just because a black man don't got money, don't mean black men gonna get the Epstein treatment or anything like that. Like that's not how that works for us. So anyway, I don't want to. Yeah, appreciate it.
All right. I don't even think Game Changer is all y'all had to stretch at the same time apparently. But okay.
I'm here. What's going on?
They thought it was gonna be a long. When I start talking, they thought it's gonna be a good
that's what I'm getting. Ed started talking. They like, okay, it's time to stretch
to brew up.
I ain't gonna lie.
Let me go to
I knew I had time when Ed
let me go to the bathroom.
This is intermission, huh? That what you said?
Take a nap. All right.
I did hear
real quick before I go to Game Changer. Shout out to Omega Drex Gaming Channel in the building. Says ask all the women on the panel would they marry themselves. Of course they. Okay, I was about to crack some jokes. Okay.
I absolutely would, but the only problem is that I happen to be a heterosexual, so
right.
Yeah.
No, I got you. Okay. All
So,
right.
but I'm a pretty good woman. So
they ain't see in the building. It says Bernard panel salute. Yeah, I seen people certain BLW and okay, I'm gonna skip that. I think I know you're talking about doing streams accusing. I barely know what BLW, but I know the people he's referring to, but I don't know what BLW means. But he says doing streams accusing Kevin Samuels of promoting pedo form that live from that live. But yeah, it's a lot of people was beating him up on that one. I did wanted to have a nuanced discussion. It was worthy of some criticism and a nuanced discussion. It was, but not jumping all the way to the extreme with it. But I mean, it was worthy of of a nuanced discussion. I just say that. Perfect Blackness in the building says this is precisely why I refuse to date a woman with children, in particular girl children. Shout out to Perfect Blackness again with another one. Says he's on the panel encouraging black men to kidnap their kids. His advice will get black men locked up. Sounds like an agent to me. Let it ride, OG. Let it ride, OG. Just let it ride.
I'm gonna tell you something, motherfucker. You ain't talking to me this morning.
Hey,
You're Bernie Mac.
Bravo, that was a
He
damn
really
good Bernie Mac.
reminds me of Jamie.
That was a damn good Bernie Mac, man. I'm impressed. I'm impressed by that.
I got a lot of
Let's
towels.
see.
No, a lot of towels. Got to be
Son is hot
female
around the
to get
building.
them
He
all.
says,
You got to be a female to get them all.
got to be a
There
female to
you
get
go,
them all.
Brenda. He's got talent.
Oh, Brenda the one. She know. Brenda knows she. I hope she don't wear that shit to school though. She gonna have some problems.
So, Jackie, he's coming to you next.
Son is
No, I'm
son
sticking
is,
with Brenda. I've been watching Brenda for a while, for the last 2 weeks.
Yeah.
Ooh.
son is
Look at she
Oh,
giggles
OG
and
like the,
everything.
OG
She
like
ain't
the
work.
flip and float. OG like the flip and float.
No, you know I like the dark chocolate. I love the dark chocolate. I'm into the dark chocolate. That's just it. You know, I'm dark myself. This light make me seem like I'm light, but hell, I don't have a shadow. I'm so dark. So I'm into the dark chocolate.
He
Son is
likes
hot,
all
Ron.
types.
Son is hot, Ron in the building. He says, I know a situation where the uncles of a girl nearly killed a guy until they got a phone call from the mom telling them she lied. The family of the guy was going to go after the uncles, but he said, forget it. Thank you for the super chats. Appreciate that. Appreciate everybody who has, excuse me. Appreciate everybody who has supported the stream. Appreciate each and every one of you. Shout out to the Mac the Trucker, who I do know you did send a cash app earlier. I forgot to acknowledge it and shout it out, but thank you for that. And so we've heard from everybody on this controversial topic, except for Game Changer. So go ahead, Game Changer. Hold on, wait. Perfect Blackness in the building says Kevin didn't misstep. False allegations against men is a real unfettered thing. Trust me, I know. So men aren't deserving. Okay, I did already read that one, but no, it's worth pointing out the he wasn't making a point about false allegations. If he was making a point about false allegations and should you just automatically believe what someone said, then we understand that. But he was making a separate point about he used a controversial example to make a smaller point, but the example that he used was so polarizing that nobody could, it's hard to even dig out the point that he was trying to make. That's what that was the misstep. That was a misstep. But if they was having a conversation just about false allegations and do you automatically believe what your 15-year-old daughter say automatically, then okay, now your super chat would be appropriate, and I don't think he would have made a misstep.
Well said, Bernard. Well said. Do tell.
All right, going to Game Changer on this one. Going to Game Changer. Go ahead, you got it.
Yeah, no, I missed a lot of the conversation. I had an emergency I had to take care of. I had a work emergency, but what?
You okay?
Yeah.
No, you said a work emergency, not like one of your emergencies where you got to get out of bed too fast, so you don't.
But no, you got to understand the kind of business I'm in. When you say work emergency, that means I got all these people in the house. That could mean something, serious.
Yeah.
No, that's true.
I don't know what Game Changer. He's just like what's his name on Martin. We don't Tommy on Martin. We don't know what his job is. We don't know what his job is.
Yeah, Game Changer could be lying, just using the job as the reason why he can't cam up. And you ain't got no job, man.
Yeah, like Tommy, we don't know what his job is, but now we don't know what his job is. We gotta check it. Go ahead, Game Changer. Get it in.
Yeah, I had a nothing emergency right now that I had to attend to. So like that. But what was the question?
Oh shit! Did you miss the Kevin Samuels video?
Yeah.
Oh, you missed everything.
He missed everything.
And
yeah,
I don't even want
to. I was.
Have you heard about the video where Kevin Samuels basically asked a woman in a hypothetical situation? We're married. We have two younger biological children. She has a 15-year-old daughter. They've been married 10 years. The 15-year-old daughter says that he looked at me. Her stepdad looked at her, while she was getting out the shower or something like that. And he asked the woman, then what do you do? And she just instantly said, relationship has to end. And then he went on to make a point about you just like that, you're going to blow up the family. I got two biological kids here. You're just going to blow all of that up just instantly like that. Something of the sort. And I'm not playing. I don't feel like playing the whole thing again, but she, basically. Okay, you got the gist of it. Go ahead.
Yeah. So no, definitely she's out of line for that. I mean, it's really a lose-lose situation, but it does empower the 15-year-old, to an enormous degree. However, I
Yeah.
do understand from the mother's point of view to where she don't want to be that mother. Like she don't want to
Right.
be the mother that
Yeah, but
ignored. She'll go down in history. Everybody will say, "Oh, well, she told you. She told you when she was 15 that he was looking. You should have did something." So she don't want to be that. Yeah, it's a lose-lose situation.
I
Um,
agree.
the only way to not lose in that situation is to, and I hate to say it, but um, I'm not going to say avoid single mothers, but I will say understand that you leave the relationship vulnerable to that, because let's face it, and this isn't limited to girls, unfortunately. So yeah, a 15-year-old could just not like the parent or not like the new
Mhm.
step parent and just pull that card at any time, and there's really nothing that you can do.
That's true.
Wait, real quick. This Javon H is saying he didn't say the shower part. You added that br. Okay, am I tripping? He
He
did
said
say,
the shower. He said the
or
shower.
she
yeah.
said the
I
bathroom.
remember
He said the
if it's
bathroom
your
at least.
bathroom. I
Well,
can't
I
He said,
remember.
mean, nevertheless, it's not a material part. I mean, he's seen me naked, and he thought
Mm.
about it.
yeah,
Or I didn't
that's what
like the
I
way he was
gathered.
looking at me when he seen me naked, which is chances are is it's likely a lie, but a parent can't ignore the possibility that it might be true and call themselves a good parent. So it's a lose lose situation.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah, it's a complicated dynamic whenever
Yeah.
you're
And
coming in
that's why
with
I
somebody
got
else's
upset
children.
when he made it look as if she was a bad person for considering breaking the relationship. However, I did miss a very important part, which is I didn't actually get that they had been together for 10 years. Because I think that after 10 years,
Hmm.
you would know the man that you're living with.
Correct.
You
Mm-hmm.
would
At
want
some point.
to at least give him the benefit of the doubt that he's not that kind of man. So I missed the 10-year bit. I thought it was a new relationship.
No,
I think if
it
you've
was
been
No,
married,
because they
I
have
would
kids.
say even
Remember
at
they
10
have kids
years, I would
together.
still
I
have
just
the
missed
full
the
thought.
10-year bit. If you've been with a man for 10 years, come on, you're gonna know what his personality is like, and you're gonna know
You're
what's
going to have to know his four
and not
corners of the
Yeah,
line.
full of
and
bull.
I said that
You
too.
know.
But I also
yeah.
do feel you don't look past it though. You should still
Just be
ask
like,
questions. Because after 10 years,
I
maybe
think you
your
can
child does
pretty
look
much
like
tell
something
that
that
you're not living with a predator after 10 years.
Well,
oh,
You
okay,
absolutely.
can't
so
really
You
no,
should be
tell
able
after
to.
no,
10 years.
because we got plenty of them that be on TV. No offense to the white folks, but we see a lot of
Oh no,
white
we're
people on
not talking
TV.
about them. That's a different dynamic. But I think that
It's true.
I
It's
don't want to
the
sound
dynamic.
racist, but I think that we blacks were a little bit less into that kind of behavior.
That might be
I can't really
true.
say that only because black people keep it so quiet. I mean, I come from where I had an
Mm.
There's a
uncle
lot of
that
crazy
child
things
me
happening
before,
in that
and I
community,
was not that type of
Hold
in
on.
his
kid.
community. There's a lot of crazy things
It is
happening.
a lot of crazy in that community, but I don't want us to dismiss that it is not something that's still as possible in our own. It's just a lot of people are quiet,
Well,
especially
and
the boys. So I just don't want to end up saying, well, not really us, because it could be anybody, and you should take the same precautions
Because
no
it's human
matter
I'm
behavior.
not
who
talking about not
it is.
taking
to the
precautions. I'm just
statement,
saying that when you're with a man for 10 years, and you're married to the man, you've had his children, you should know that man and know what
well,
you can and
well, the
okay,
cannot
thing that
do.
was
listen. Wait, hold on,
happening.
real quick.
We
And
never
y'all
know.
know my bias. I try to be objective as possible. My bias is typically is to try to defend a man, but to that statement that you made is that in 10 years you know what you're dealing with.
I do.
Yeah, okay. No, that is generally
Good.
true. That is
Right.
generally true.
Generally.
But if they got married when the kid was 5 and then now she's 15, he could very well still, he probably just not want he probably not that type of predator that mess with 5-year-olds. Probably got a thing for the teenagers.
No, but
So
Bernard,
when she became 15
no,
and got some
you
curves,
still know because when
that's
Yeah,
you
you
go
it,
know
out
if he
with
has
your,
a thing for
let me tell you
young
why. When you
girls,
go out with your
young.
Because
partner,
women
or you're
But
watching
probably not your
TV,
young
or you're
child.
doing,
That's the
these
difference.
men sleep. They could be watching the cheerleaders and they're, oh my God, they're so cute.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
In a sexual
Hey,
way.
hey, okay, all right, all right.
No,
Thank you.
wait.
They give it away.
Thank you.
So, all right. I'm gonna play devil's advocate for a second. A man is, most men are attracted to attractive 18-year-olds, right? So how would you just? It's not. What? Why are you looking like that?
Not most men are attracted to attractive.
Yes, we are.
No. You might be warped, but most mature men who are evolved will not go around children that
All right, stop. Hold on, wait, real quick.
They won't do it.
They might not date them, but they think they're attractive. They might not.
Yeah, but not in a sexual way. They're not sexualizing them. Yes. Please. Yes.
Annette, real quick. Annette. Everybody stop.
That's just a small group of warped men that think that way.
Hold on. I think this is personal.
All right. Yeah, it got personal and weird. Hold on. Time out. Everybody time out. Okay. What Game Changer is saying is true. The nuance in it is that me personally, I'm not going after in any type of sexual or romantic way with an 18-year-old. However, if I see an 18-year-old who's pretty in the face and has a fully developed grown woman body, I am attracted to her. Like, that's not going anywhere. Now, whether or not me at
you think she's beautiful, right?
No, yeah. I'm not talking about her like she a goddamn kitten. No, she fine. No, she's fuckable. Let's.
And you're gonna have a stiffy for an 18-year-old.
No,
not every time you attract somebody, you're gonna have a stiffy. I mean, that's you know, that usually happens when there's some touching or blowing or something going on. But you know, But I'm just saying, you don't get a stiffy because you're attracted to something. You know what I mean? You could be attracted to something.
Attracted to her.
But no, you're getting that confused. See, this is where women get confused with this shit.
Speak for yourself, Mr. Blue Pill.
No, I know about the blue and the yellow, but I don't need neither. I can almost guarantee you, and any one of my women will tell you that the last thing they want me to have is a blue pill. So, you know, we're going to throw an Olympic marathon then. So what I'm trying to say to the young lady
Scared of you?
Well, don't be scared, baby. It's going to be easy.
He's going to be very gentle.
So what I'm trying to say is we got to understand there's nothing on this earth as for a species that likes the older of the species. That's just natural order of things. We got to just be real with this, all right? So when we start having these kind of conversations, we got to be very careful because, you know, he might don't want to give a 7-year-old child some Victoria's Secret, but he damn sure will want to do a 15-year-old child because she's developed a little bit. So we got to be very careful how we say that we string along that a person who might be attracted to a child versus a person who's attracted to a child who's has a body figure as a woman. That's two different things. You're dealing with that, and you got to be very cautious with that.
That's why I say that you're a woman, you have a daughter. It is imperative to figure out a way to make that work out with the dad because it's a shit storm. When you got a developing 15, 16-year-old walking around the damn house and that, listen.
That looks like you.
I wanted to bring up an
you.
for Ann because I was
don't know the kind of people you guys move around with, but the people that I move around with in my circle, they don't look at 18-year-olds like that.
It ain't like they gonna put on a cape and tell you that. It's not like they gonna put on a cape and say, "Look here, I'm not attracted to your old ass. I like the damn one over here." They're not gonna do that. That'd be disrespectful.
No. Hold on. When
that would be disrespectful.
Out, they do that. You can tell they're beautiful. Like when I took my kids for wedding the other day, they were like, "Oh my God, she's so grown. She's cute." Blah blah blah. Yes, of course they're gonna acknowledge that she's cute. But even if she comes to them and starts chatting them up in an inappropriate way, which she will never do, they would put a halt on it and say, listen.
No.
Yeah, age,
Okay.
you know,
We understand that. We're all on the same page when it comes to that. We understanding what you're saying.
Right, we get that.
But we're not talking. You talking about two different things. You're talking about a person
Yeah.
who's been accountable as being a adult who can see that this is a child. That isn't what we're talking about. What we're talking about, an 18-year-old, that a person can recognize the beauty of a woman. You understand?
Well, everybody can recognize that.
Okay, but y'all look at it different. I hope you don't look at a woman the same way I do.
Annette.
Annette, I hope you don't look at a woman the same way I do.
Like the young man.
Well, right quick.
I look at my son and his 15 and I'm like, wow.
When you were 18 years old,
it doesn't
back
mean
in the powdered
that I
wig
will
days
look at
when
his
you were
friends
18
in a
years old,
sexual
are you
way.
telling me that older men didn't want you?
I beg your pardon?
Back in the time when Englishmen wore powdered wigs and they had
What do you think? Shit,
when
you
you
was
were
down
18.
around Jesus Christ time or
It
something?
wasn't that long ago when Englishmen
okay,
were
okay,
powdered
but-
wigs.
When you were 18,
Yeah, you gonna
when
put
you
a
were
stockings
18,
on
you're
the
telling
old
me that
men and
older
wigs?
men didn't want to sleep with you. Is that what you're telling me?
Okay, point of correction. They hadn't invented powdered
She don't want to
wigs at
deny
the
her
time.
own vagina.
No, I'm saying they hadn't invented powdered wigs at the time. That is, I was before that time.
Okay.
She's like, no, she's like, when I was 18, they wanted this ass.
I was
They
already
wanted
40
this,
when
everybody
they
did.
powdered
Come on,
wigs.
everybody, the neighbors, hell of it, everybody, the preacher, the senator, the
Yes,
governor, the
older
president.
men, yes. My argument is this.
No, did they want you? Did the older men
Please
want you?
hold on, please. We're not talking about the average man on the street checking out your 18-year-old. The discussion was when you're married to somebody and you've been with them for 10 years, you will know whether he's the kind of man that will cross that boundary with your own 18-year-old. We're not talking about
And hold on, wait, Annette, keeping it real. That's the part I kind of agreed with you on.
That's
like for example, if you're with a man and everything is fine, and then all of a sudden when I don't know, y'all start going to like the little middle school or high school football games, and you notice him staring at the cheerleaders and stuff, then you like, oh, he got some, he got something in him now, and then you can start thinking, okay, my 12-year-old daughter is going to be their age soon. So there are ways where you could catch stuff like that.
The bigger question to that. Bigger question to that. Is he looking at the damn girls at the cheerleaders and damn hearts is floating on top of his head or something? How do you know one look from the other look?
Yeah,
No,
he probably was enthralled by their little routine that they did.
Yeah, they did do cockwheels and all that shit. They showing on the bottom, and so I told you that was the first doorstep to hoism, to prostitution in the first place. So I wouldn't have my little girl be doing cockwheels. So that's what I'm just trying to say is they do that for you to look at them. So how do you know that the look they're given is an attraction to be with that person? This is why I say this could be so dangerous. That means that every woman, listen what I'm just saying, natural truth. That means with every woman who has had this incident to happen, that she would have to know that went on.
Listen, okay, here's the thing. Here's the thing, ladies. You have to understand this.
And that's not reasonable.
She is a newer version of you. If you're a Lexus, she is a newer Lexus. And guess what? guess what? He's going to want to hit it on her 18th birthday. Now he may not act on it.
You're so disgusting.
I know
That
it
is not.
is.
Well, it's true.
We just can't.
Just because you're a pervert doesn't mean you should project that onto all other men.
No,
You could
a man
make
wants
the
to
same
have sex
argument
with
that every other woman wants
does
to
not make him a
with your
pervert.
18-year-old
A
son.
man having sex with a consenting adult doesn't make him a pervert.
You could make the same argument that every old woman walking around wants to hit it with your 18-year-old son.
Sleep with an old bag.
Women
hold on, wait, stop. Are we talking about a situation where he was married to a woman and her
What
daughter?
did you say? I didn't hear
and
what
he
you
saw,
just said.
So stop. If we talking about a situation where a man was married to a woman and he saw that saw the young lady grow up from a girl to teenage 16, 17, 18 and got curves and all of that now.
Now that's wrong.
It's still
He's not gonna want to hit that.
That's okay. Game changer. Hold on, wait. Time out.
Sorry.
Game changer. Is that what you were talking about? That he's going to want to hit that in that situation?
I don't know in that situation. I will.
Okay.
I'll put myself under the bus.
That's what he said.
I am going to put myself under the bus. I am a little bit older than Megan Good. I did feel guilty wanting to hit Megan Good when I seen her in the movie Biker Boys. Megan Good is an actress, and she has been an actress since she was a very young person. And yes, I did feel guilty. I was like, dang, I want to smash the girl from Eve's Bayou, or
How old
the
was
woman
she at
that
the
she
time?
became.
I don't know who she is. How old
She's
was
40
she
now.
How old was she at the time?
No, and that he's kind of agreeing with you. In Biker Boys, she was a young, let's just say 20-year-old sexy adult, but just a few years, seemingly a few years before that, Eve's Bayou came out, where she was basically playing a kid that looked like 12, and because he grew up watching Eve's Bayou and saw her at 12, he felt weird wanting to have sex with her when she became of age, which makes the point that if you see a girl, come of age, and then there is a level of being off limits. But in general, going back
Especially
to
if you raise them.
yes. But going back to just
However,
in general, you just take
good.
a random attractive 18-year-old with a woman, 17-year-old, 18-year-old, whatever. 18.
No, don't blur the line. Say keep it a firm
18. 18. I mean,
different.
18 with
People
a.
marry 18.
Hey, let him get his point out.
In Nigeria all the
Let
time.
him get his point out.
Whoa.
Not children that they've lived with in their house.
All right, that was the confused. That was the part where the lines got blurred and everybody was talking about two different things, because this was predicated on a discussion that Kevin Samuels started, where he was talking about a situation where a girl was 5, and then 10 years later she grew up and she was 15, and I was just simply saying that there's always just that inherent risk when you got a daughter and you bring the stepdaddy in. That's why I say do whatever you got to do to work it out with the biological dad. So because especially let's just say he didn't help raise her from the time she was 5.
Exactly.
He just dropped into her. They got married while she was 16 with titties. That's a sticky situation.
That's a dangerous
situation.
BR,
let me jump in here real
quick.
Jump in here real quick and speak on the Kevin Samuels. Okay. All right, and that is a way. This is why, and I say this: I don't mess with single mothers unless she is exceptional, and I mean she got to be a dime hitting on every cylinder, because what happens is these females, they'll create the single mother stepdaddy paradox. Excuse me, I've been walking, and they do that to divide the power base of the man whom they're dealing with, because like Kevin Samuels said, you can't pull rank on me because I'm biologically invested in this child. So what could happen, because there are some skullduggerous wenches out here that'll do that, their daughter won't even make the accusation. She'll make the accusation just to blow the situation up and get what she can afterwards. So cry me a river, but there are some predatory women out there that is using skullduggerous, lying, conniving tactics, accusatorial, thou shalt not bear false witness tactics against men. So Kevin Samuels was 100% correct when he said this, and I'm in agreement with KS when he says don't date single mothers. I give it up.
Right on.
It's your choice. Everybody has the right to their choice. Yeah.
I know.
I'm not being.
I understand where Apex was coming from.
I'm messing with you.
I think that women should appreciate that that once your daughter becomes legal, her vagina is worth more than yours. And
Pretch.
Yeah, exactly. So you should be with a man who is the biological father of said daughter in order to not compete with that. That's just it, period. Like you seen that movie American Beauty, where the dude was just staring at his daughter's best friend and shit, and she was 18 and he was just DTF. Like that's a thing. He's not thinking of his own daughter that way because it's his daughter, and that's nasty. But she is a consenting adult once she becomes 18, and your stepdaughter or his stepdaughter could be
fair game. She's fair game. Say it.
Hold on. But you said a step. I be reading and I be coming back to the conversation. I just came back in and I heard stepdaughter is fair game. So somebody explain what was being said.
No, what the fuck?
Understand that a legal
stepdaughter's underage friend was fair game, is what he's saying.
No,
Gotcha.
She was 18.
Gotcha.
No, she was 18 in the movie.
Was she 18?
She was
an American Beauty.
Hey, can I?
She was a high school
not 18.
Can I jump in here real quick?
Oh, she wasn't 18?
Absolutely not.
Okay.
GC,
he
GC, can I hop in here real quick and give you some strength? Basically, the main premise of what I've got from what he said, stepdaughter or whatever aside, all that bullshit aside, let's take all of that off the table. If she's 18, it's a go. It's a go.
All right, people. You guys just sound minus Bernard Riley, but you and Jay Speed, but you guys just sound like some weird pedo people.
Don't care what you think. I really don't.
Wait a minute. Time out.
The P word because I like to have sex with
time out.
With a consenting adult.
Hey, whoa, come on, bro. I know you can hear me. Annette, are you saying that if a man sees a 18-year-old woman who's a legal adult in this country,
young
an
bitch.
18-year-old woman,
and look at the way you're even referring to a woman.
It's a joke. You don't get it. You don't get it. It's a joke.
Come on, y'all. Come on. Hey, whoa, come on. Listen, when y'all see me, when I make myself big like this, I mean I'm trying to, direct the show. So let me lay it out. I just want to make sure Annette's position is clear. Are you saying that somebody is pedo-ish if they find an 18-year-old woman, because she is a woman, legally an adult in this country, she's a woman, if they see her as a sexual option, a viable vagina carrying member of society that they could potentially have sex with, are you saying that they're pedo or pedo-ish?
If you're over the age of 30 and you're sitting there fantasizing about 18-year-olds like non-stop, I'm not saying you can't marry an age, but
no, don't try to add the element of being obsessive about it. You added hold on, time out. Hold on. You added the element of being obsessive. Okay, so just don't wait. Hold on. Don't add the element of being obsessive about it. Just add the element of over a 30-year-old man with an 18-year-old woman. He's a pedo to you.
No. If a 30-year-old man genuinely sees an 18-year-old that he wants to marry, that's fine.
What if I just want to
hold on. So
what if I just want to
wait a minute.
Fuck on these young guys.
Wait a minute.
Look out for, because that's the kind of guy that will come for your child.
You need to drop off the screen, but I'm still here.
Okay, no, cool, no problem. All right. So it's okay for a 30-year-old man to want to be with an 18-year-old if he wants to marry her, but if he just wants to have a casual sexual relationship with an 18-year-old, Apex, man, come on, man, chill.
Those are the kind of men
Stop, chill.
They show themselves.
Chill. Let me ask the question. If he simply wants to, if a 30-year-old man wants to have a casual sexual relationship with an 18-year-old, in your mind, he's a pedo or pedo-ish?
In my, he can't be a pedophile because he's an 18-year-old, so he's not even a pediatric anymore. So
pediatric,
he can't be a
prepubescent.
Pedo comes from the word child, which is pediatric, right?
So you agree he's not a
once
pedophile.
they're over the age of 18, they're no
So
longer
why are you using the word incorrectly?
So, wait, hold on. Okay, so important
if
question.
You know the
then
etymology of the word.
Why did you hold on?
Tendencies.
You know the etymology of the word.
In my view, my opinion still stands.
You shouldn't
right?
smuggle.
You
should not smuggle that word into the conversation if you know it doesn't properly apply.
Who are going around talking about describing tight this and tight that on 18-year-olds are disgusting. Go date somebody who's age appropriate. You should be looking at 25
Annette, hold on. Annette. Annette,
That's how I
then what
feel.
you need to be saying then, and then I won't necessarily agree with you, but it would at least be internal logic in your position if you were to say, I don't think it's appropriate for a 30-year-old man to be messing with 18-year-old girls. That's a fair statement. I can disagree with it,
It's
but at least
okay for a 20-year-old or a 25-year-old because they're more close. It's more age
right.
appropriate.
Okay, well just say you don't think that's appropriate. Don't
Yeah,
throw
it's
out the word, don't throw out that pedo word. Don't do that. That's where you're wrong.
It's giving me those kind of vibes.
Well, we don't care
That's how I
about your
feel.
vibes. Vibe is a magical word that y'all can use
Right.
for anything.
But I'm
It's
not going to
vague
be
and
able to do anything
ambiguous.
about it because legally you've not committed an offense anyway. But we're
I
talking
mean,
not of
Hey,
law,
so
we're
Bernard,
talking of
answer me this.
ethical.
Answer me this.
All right, go ahead,
Ethical.
game changer.
I have something to say too.
Aquaman. Do you think that at some point he wants to smash Zoe Kravitz?
Oh my God! Here he goes with the
I
stepdaughter
can't even
thing
speak on that.
again. Oh
I'm
my
not even gonna touch.
God!
I'm not
going
touching
on?
that.
He's taking it back to stepdaughters again.
What's happening here? I don't know who these. I understand who Aquaman is, the guy who played Aquaman. Who is
The husband of the
The
husband
husband of
of
Lisa
the
Bonet, right?
child that he's talking about.
So
You see,
Lisa
girl,
Oh
Bonet.
shit.
he is harboring children.
Okay, hold on. Now, listen, Lisa Bonet, right? An attractive woman by her own rights, but she's old as hell. She's significantly older than Aquaman. He is closer in age to Zoe Kravitz. Do you think
His
that
stepdaughter.
at some point in his life he wanted to smash Zoe Kravitz over Lisa
Oh my
Bonet?
God.
The
Okay,
thought
okay,
did
all
cross
right.
his mind. I will say that the thought crossed his
Okay,
mind.
all right. Hold on,
He
stop,
didn't
stop, stop.
raise Zoe Kravitz, so yeah,
That's what I was just
probably.
about to say. I'm looking at
Yeah.
pictures. Just look like a grown woman. Did he marry the mom when this woman was grown?
If not very close to grown.
Very
Okay, then
close.
in that situation, it's very possible that yeah, if let's just say you marry a woman, y'all both 40, and she got an 18-year-old daughter who come home from college, and you like, and she got a body, you gonna look at it like damn, and then but yeah,
Mm-hmm.
that happens.
Yeah.
That's a reality on the table.
Can we all get a panel consensus real quick? So if let's say a 36-year-old man wants to fuck on an 18-year-old, that's okay because it's two consenting adults at the end of the day. Can we all agree to that?
I vote
That's fine.
aye here.
Yay.
Yay.
Okay.
I gave a yay. Brenda, you got a yay on that?
Yes, because consenting adults, 18.
Jada, you got a yay on that?
To make it true.
I am
I
actually just
think
going
it's
to
a
step out of that
disgusting
Hold
question.
on.
And I'm not
Wait a
even
minute.
going to give you the
Make it
benefit
true.
of an
Hold on,
answer.
because
Period.
feminine, melanin was
It's
speaking.
disgusting.
Okay, we got you.
It's a
So it's a nay for
disgusting
you.
question.
It's a nay for you. Okay, feminine melanin.
No, the
I
question
said yay,
itself
not
is
nay.
He's asking Jada. Go ahead, Jada.
I am completely stepping out of the whole part of this side of the conversation.
Okay.
exactly. Thank you, Jada.
Okay.
So we
Thank
got
All
you.
one,
Me too.
two, three,
It's
4,
very
5,
uncomfortable.
6 yays, 2 nays. All right, too
All right.
easy.
It's not
It
a no
shouldn't
because I
make
didn't give an
sense.
answer.
2
Said is
She's
that
easy.
I'm
abstained from
stepping
her vote.
out of
Fair enough.
the
Fair
whole
enough.
part of the conversation.
Of the
And I
Well,
I
fetish
can
601
against
then.
I can
Okay,
agree.
even
Hold on,
better.
wait, time out. I can agree. I don't know exactly why Jada is stepping out, but I
I
I
want to say
think we have
something.
had this part of the conversation for too long because it's. I mean, I agree with the consenting adult thing. I think it's weird when you throw in the stepdaughter element, but I think that's something that
Mm-hmm.
women do need to watch out for if they got a daughter coming into her teens and they're marrying a new dude who didn't raise her. So that's the extent of the conversation right there. So anything else, I'm like, yeah, okay. I do think we went too long on it. I do think we went too long.
I like
Uh,
talking about fucking on young bitches. Nice.
Here we
Nice.
go.
all
Here
right.
we
bitch.
go.
All right.
I like
So,
talking about that.
before we
Okay.
move on,
I
so
think I'm gonna move on because I'm not gonna be
yeah,
part of this conversation
Yeah.
anymore.
No. Well. We
He's
shoot.
trying to trick me.
We closing in on the 4 hour mark anyway. So we probably about to wrap this bad boy on up. Five. Oh, that's silver. He says you got 18-year-old women pursuing older men. So is that not the same? Yeah. Do you? Oh, Annette, here's a good question for you. This is the last question about 18-year-olds. Do you have a problem with 18-year-old girls going on sugar daddy sites to look for a providing male or just somebody to fund their lifestyle?
I think I'm gonna opt out of the conversation because it's gone sour and distasteful.
Seems like it's salty more than sour.
Seems like something. Seems like something else than went sour. If you get my drift.
Apex.
Hey, don't start talking about nobody old eggs.
We gotta see. Hey, hold on. Apex. Hey, let me.
Don't do
Listen. We crack jokes and we clown, but we keep it. You ain't been here in a while, man. We keep it clean, like
above the belt. Okay, I got you.
Tasteful, graunchy humor. Now,
I don't engage with
let's be cool.
Yeah,
are you a Kenyan? Are you a Kenyan? Because she sounds like
me.
A Kenyan. Yes.
I'm Nigerian, and I don't engage with scum. So when scum starts to smell around me, I just keep quiet.
Oh, so
I'm Kenyan. I just love the way you have the accent. It's part of Nigeria and in Europe.
I'm a Akata then, huh? I'm acting like a Akata.
Hold on, JSP.
You have a good English accent.
What you say, JSP? Hit that again. Say that again.
I say I just love the accents. It's part of Nigeria and in London.
Man, this old guy.
And they have a spot of tea.
Hey, let me get my shot real quick. Let me get my shot. My British accent.
But I still got my eyes on you, brother.
Oh, shorty with the burgundy. Oh, shorty with the burgundy.
Hey, you want the big Brandon?
Would you like
Apex,
to
hold
go
on,
back to
Apex.
my flat?
He wants the light.
You chosen already.
Okay, all right, hold on. One more thing. I'm probably going to regret this, but Apex wanted to say something to Brenda. So go ahead, Apex.
Listen here, babes. Would you like to come back to my flat and I fuck you doggy style for a bit?
No, I have to politely decline your offer.
You gotta decline. Hold on, wait, no. You gotta decline in an accent.
An accent, please.
A British accent.
Yeah.
Oh no, no, thank you.
She's not British.
No, I'm not British. I am not actually, but actually, I'm from Kenya, so British is actually the closest thing.
She's not playing ball.
Are you from the Luya tribe? Are you from the Luya tribe?
If she would have declined in a UK accent, that would have been so damn funny. But anyway,
sorry.
All right. I'm about to read two super chats, and we about to get out of here.
British accent later on.
Annie D. He says, I'm 47. My wife is 26. Does that qualify as the P word vibe? And hold on, before she answers, hold on, listen. Before she answers, I'm going to automatically know. Well, she already answered, but I knew she was going to say no. Why? Because you're married to her and you're providing for her. And she's 26. And if she was 18, but long as he's married and providing for her, you was gonna be okay with it. But if he was just having some fun with getting his Johnson wet, you would be like, you are a monster. But anyway, that's what would have happened.
No, Bernard, I don't mind men marrying young women, but it's really
she's about to say bitches.
It's really uncomfortable when men it's almost like fetish. What?
Fetishizing.
And
Yeah.
just like on and on, and I'm like, okay, already.
I get it.
No, it's not a fetish, but I mean, if you call being attracted to attractive women a fetish, then that's not. You
should be attracted to somebody.
Listen. All right, I agree. I agree with you with where you're going, game changer. And maybe my mind is clouded. Because some dudes, whenever we have these conversations, some dudes they do jump out the window and get wild with it. But I don't know if that's necessarily happened on this panel. I remember I had a show about the where the legal age of consent should be. And there was some dudes who was kind of exposing themselves that they like if the legal age of consent in Michigan is 16. And some dudes, they was in the chat room and a couple hopped on the panel with that energy. Like they just sitting there, ooh, she 15. Waiting. She 15 and 364 days and 17 hours and 47 minutes and 30 seconds. I can't wait.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
It's like so. I will say I'm not feeling when people be coming with that kind of energy, but I don't like Annette's energy either because she charging up 30-year-old men with 18-year-old women.
That's the energy I don't like. What you just described, it was.
I know, but I think you lump people into that unfairly. But when we have the conversation go for too long, then it does start coming off like that. So that's why I'm like, we can wrap it up. But anyway, Sonny Time around the building said, Naked Truth, don't act like your African brothers don't be eyeing up females even younger than 18.
They marry young people. They do, but they marry them.
address the diaspora. All right. All right. We about to get up out of here. This was actually a good show. I definitely enjoyed it. I enjoyed everybody on the
And I
panel.
behaved,
OG,
Bernard. I behaved this time.
you did. You came. You came through. You came through. You was
behaved.
you was the male version of Annette today. So you definitely brought it.
But Brenda, the next time somebody hit on you in my presence, Brenda, next time somebody hit on you in my presence, you tell them, you big
Nigga,
cheap
stop,
smelly
nigga,
bum,
stop
you
blocking.
get none.
Stop blocking.
I remember that.
Dirty old man.
Remember that,
dirty
big
back
cheap
end.
smelly bum.
And Bernard,
Yes.
one last thing. I'll feel exactly the same way if I hear 40-year-old women fetishizing 18-year-old boys. I would feel the same way. It's
Well,
Well, go check them. Go
I
check them.
did.
We'll check the guys.
I
They
did
actually
a
do.
show. I did a show
lost.
where all the guys said what's the biggest age gap that they ever had with the woman that they were with. I'm talking when they were younger. And it was a lot of stuff where a lot of dudes was like, oh, I was 17, she was 41. I was
That's why you have to
18,
protect
she was
19 and
45.
32.
I was
19 and 32.
Yeah, it was some wide gaps. So
But
basically,
that's why you have to protect boys too. It
so
happens.
no, but the true moral of the story is that based off that practically every guy in the chat room could tell a story where there was like a 20-year gap when they was in their early, between 18 to 20. That basically shows that all the women who would do like you're doing and call that, a guy who's in his 30s, put a label on him for messing with a, 18, 19-year-old. Basically, the women have to be doing the same thing. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to tell stories about the wide gap that we had when we was 21 and some chick was, 42 or something like that.
Yeah.
When we was, out cougar hunting and stuff.
Yeah,
But
my
anyway,
first girlfriend was 36.
well, how old was you?
I was 16.
50?
16.
You were 16.
But I was working in a nightclub. She thought I was 21. So, I was
Jackie
working in
the
a
only
nightclub.
one that caught that when he said it. I said he was 50.
I
when
caught
he
it,
had his
goddamn. I
first
just want to
girlfriend
laugh at it. I ain't gonna laugh at you picking at me, goddamn it. What the hell is wrong with you?
All right, y'all. We out of here, y'all.
I'm glad I was
Hey,
born
everybody
for
have a nice and
anyway.
amazing weekend. You got an Easter weekend coming up. You celebrate it or not, but please be safe and take care of yourself. And I'll see you on Monday. And Brenda, it's all about you, baby. WZL bring it your way.
I'm gonna end the stream. Y'all can talk privately.
Hi,
But anyway,
She don't want to do that. She don't.